We are meeting via Zoom because of the existence of the mayor's emergency order, which allows Zoom meetings in lieu of in-person meetings. As part of that arrangement, the meeting is being live streamed on YouTube, and a video of it will remain posted on the Community Board 4 website for the foreseeable future. On tonight's agenda, I wanted to point out that item 13, 630 9th Avenue has postponed. We expect they're going to be coming to the May BLP meeting, but that will not be heard tonight. Just as a brief introduction for anyone who may be new, this committee hears applications for liquor licenses in Community Board 4. We will hear from the applicant, we will hear from the community, and then take a vote on making a recommendation to the full board. The full board will then take its own vote on this matter at our next meeting, which is actually going to be on Tuesday rather than our usual Wednesday. So the full board meeting at which these items will be considered is on Tuesday, April 4. The full board will then make a recommendation to the State Liquor Authority. I want to stress that both what this committee does and what the full board does is only a recommendation. We have no power to grant or deny a liquor license. And anyone who wants to be heard on any of these matters at a later stage can speak briefly at the full board meeting, and can also make their views known to the SLA in writing, and typically appear at any public hearings that the SLA hears on these applications. So this is very much the start of the process. The way we proceed tonight is we will call each agenda item in the order that they appear on the agenda. The only people you're seeing on screen are the committee and the applicants and their representatives. Everyone else is an attendee at the meeting. If someone from the community wants to speak on a particular applicant, please use the raise hand function when that agenda item is called, and you will then be moved over to the full meeting and be given an opportunity to address the committee and anyone at the meeting. I want to stress both to the committee and to everyone participating that we have a very long agenda that has a huge amount of community interest. I believe there are over 40 people from the community had signed up in advance to speak speak about one or more of these applications. So this is going to be a very long meeting. We ask people to be as succinct as possible, and we'll also ask community members when they speak to keep their comments to 1 minute or less, and very importantly, not to repeat what other people have already said about the same applicant. If when we call you in your turn and your views have already been expressed, simply say you've agreed to, you agree with what's already been said, and we will move on. Bert, anything to add? Sorry to get started without you.
Sorry to be a little late. I would just underline what Frank said about the agenda tonight, the number of people wanting to speak, and keep your comments to the point. And if someone else has said something that you agree with, don't have to repeat it, just say I agree with so-and-so, and then we'll move on. Okay, I'd like to introduce myself. I'm Bert Larson, co-chair. And Frank, did you introduce yourself?
I think I forgot to, but I'm Frank Holozubiak, the other co-chair.
And the other members of our committee?
Wendy Gonzalez, community member.
Theodore Arenas, community board member.
Candace Ua, community board member.
Mike Noble, community member.
Tina Nelson, community board member.
Jesse Greenwald. Hi, everybody.
Inge Evchenko, public member.
Okay.
Christine Berte, committee member.
Carrie Keenan, committee member.
Hey, I think we got everybody. So let's just jump right into the agenda. Okay. We organize the agenda by type of application. So the first items on the agenda are change in method of operation of existing venues. So in this category, we have one item, 152 West 26th Street. It's called the 152 West 26th Street Restaurant, the Sandbar Rooftop. This is in a hotel, and they want to change their methods of operation. And the applicant is here. So would you explain what your process is, what you would like to change?
I'll jump in. Good afternoon. My name is Joe McClellan. I'm an attorney with Green Spoon Martyr, representing 152 W26th Street Rest LLC, doing business as Sandbar. I'm here with the principals of the entity, Gil Rubenstein and John O'Mahony. We are requesting a change to the method of operation. We've had quite a bit of feedback from the community, and we'd like to table our application until next month, but still present what we will be presenting next month, and welcome the members of the community to meet with the team every Monday at 3 p.m. For the next 3 weeks to discuss any concerns they may have in person, to do be a part of a sound test. The methods, though, that they are applying for will be to change the time of opening on the weekends to open at 11 a.m. for brunch service only. In addition, they're requesting to have DJs for private events only, where the DJ will close at 10 p.m. And finally, on a New Year's Eve exception, until 12 a.m. with the rooftop enclosure. A few notations about the DJ. It will, again, be for private events only, such as real estate events, networking events, law firm events, and so on and so forth. They have conducted tests with the local neighborhood, but again, are welcoming to have all of you come out and meet in person. There will be only two 1,000 watt speakers, specific location of the DJ, and no subwoofers. And we have responsible operators here who've been excellent members of the community and own and operate other establishments in New York City. And I'll turn it over to Gil and John just to introduce themselves. And again, welcome some comments. But again, we will be applying next month for the full support of the community board. Thank you.
So I just,
All right,
go ahead.
I'll go first. No, I'm John O'Mahony. Thank you for listening to us. Yeah, all we're trying to do really on the DJ side, we're learning that when people hear the word DJ, they think nightclub, late night, open to the public events. That's not what we're trying to do. We agree with the arrangement we currently have with ambient background music when we're open to the public. We're just trying to do more corporate events during the week, so Monday to Thursday, where there'll be networking events. That's what my background is in luxury hotels and special events in the city for the last 30 years. I'm not a nightclub operator. I'm not even a bar operator. It's events. So we're just trying to do it where our clients can come in and do events just for their group and have it not dance music, not loud. They need to be able to converse and network with their clients and their peers. And that's really it.
This is a rooftop in a hotel.
It's at the Hilton Hotel on 26th Street, and it has an enclosed roof that can be retracted.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So what I would suggest, if anyone from the community is listening in and would like to attend one of these Friday afternoon sessions.
Monday, Frank.
Monday, sorry. Monday, you email Nellie Gonzalez in the board office, and she will put you in touch with the applicant. Bert and I did do a site visit last week, and urge anyone sort of concerned about this location to try to take advantage of one of these visits. They will actually, turn on the sound system at the level they intend to play it, give you a full tour and so forth. I believe they're also willing to do additional acoustical testing from people's apartments if you're concerned about that. But if you're interested in participating in one of these, email Nellie Gonzalez at the board office. We urge the community members who are interested in this application to spread the word. And if other people not on this Zoom want to participate, they should also email Nellie. But given the postponement, we won't hear any further discussion this evening.
And so we'll see you again in April.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay. We're moving on to our second session, which is new applications for wine, beer, and cider licenses. The first item on this agenda is number 2, 322 West 50th Street, Janku Consulting. Okay, their hours of operation are 11 to 1 a.m., 7 days a week. That's what they're asking for. Michael, I see you have your hand up. Are you the
Yes.
rep? Go
Yes,
for it.
I am. Okay, Urgy Janko is present. This is a summer wine application for Janko Consulting Inc. We're located at 322 West 50th Street in the Worldwide Plaza in the space formerly occupied by Mother Burger. This is a 7-month wine license that runs from April 1st to October 31st. The applicant's owner also operates the Barking Dog, which is also in the plaza. The hours of operation would be 11 a.m. to 1 a.m., 7 days a week, like the other location. There are 6 tables with 29 seats and a 10-seat bar inside. It's the same setup that was there before. The outside plaza would have 25 tables and 50 seats. There's background music inside, no music outside. I notified all the block associations on a list. I heard back from Kathleen Treat and Steve Belinda. Kathleen was concerned about a liquor license on 50th Street. I told her that we were in the plaza. Steve asked if it was World Stages. I let him know it was also in the plaza and former Mother Burger. If there are any questions, we'll be happy to answer them.
Okay. Mike, I see you agreed to our requested hours that the outdoor space will close at 10 p.m. weeknights and 11 p.m. Friday and Saturday.
Correct.
Okay. And the other thing we've been asking Worldwide Plaza, people who are outside there to agree to a stip that they'll abide by the requirements in the zoning application, which limits waiter service to the western halves of the pavilion area, and that the eastern half can be used by the general public at any time.
Yes, the same as the other location.
Yeah, so we'll add that as an additional stip, and also put in, just so there's no confusion, put an additional stip that the outdoor area is closing at 10 and 11.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Any comments, questions from members of the committee? Do we have anybody from the community, Nellie?
Yes, we have 2 raised hands. The first one is Steve Belita. And the second one is Anna.
Okay. Bring them over.
Start video. Hey, everybody, Steve Belita, co-chair of HK 4954 Block Alliance with Katie Savage, who was also on the meeting. I volunteered to speak. The applicant, Michael Kelly, the lawyer, has been in touch with us. We've had good relationship with Barking Dog, having a wine and beer, operating that space, so it's not vacant. There were no objections from the community that I heard or our block association heard. So we're in favor of having them have that spot. Like I said, they've been real good neighbors, and we have a good working relationship with Barking Dog. And that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Nellie, the second person?
Was
Right.
Anna?
Is it my turn? Okay, well, I'm speaking about the establishment on 250 West 26th Street.
Okay, Anna,
We're not there yet.
Yeah, we hear people for each application in turn. So when we call that agenda item, raise your hand at that point.
Okay.
Thank you.
Nellie, did you have somebody else for this 322 West 50th Street?
No, there's no one else.
Oh, okay. Okay. Do I hear a motion then, or do you want to summarize, Frank, first?
No, I think I just did. It's just the 2 additional steps confirming the 10 and 11 outdoor hours And they'll abide by the zoning resolution.
Okay,
Motion to approve.
okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstaining? Present not eligible. Okay, very good.
All right, thank you.
Okay, remember, I think Frank mentioned this, that we make a recommendation in the form of a letter to the full board, and then the full board either adopts it, modifies it, and then sends it on to the State Liquor Authority, who does the actual licensing. Okay, item number 3, also in this category of new wine, beer, and cider licenses, is 525 West 53rd Street, Shin West LLC. Okay, they're asking for hours of operation 2 p.m. to 7 p.m., 7 days a week. The applicant or their lawyer?
Hi, I am the applicant. My name is Linda Wang. And I'm representing Shin West LLC. We're located, I'm sorry, I agree with the address. I'm not supposed to repeat the address you said, right? I'm supposed to just say yes and move forward.
Well, if you want to repeat it, go ahead. Let's go.
The address is 525 on West 53rd Street. We're applying for a beer and wine license. I believe hours of operation are actually 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. and 5 p.m. to 10 p.m. And it would be 7 days a week. We're an omakase only, which is sushi. And we're just, we have a bar seating and a prefix menu. We don't have any outdoor seating. We have around 5 other locations in the city already. So this will be our 6th. And I think that's really it. If anyone has questions, please let me know.
Yeah. Linda, I see that you broke down, you left that hour open, closed between lunch and dinner. I suggest you just sort of list your operating hours as 2 p.m. to 10 p.m.
Okay.
That way, if, someone's there late for lunch or something, you can stay open and you're not tied down. You don't have to be open, those hours, but if you just say 2 to 10 every day, it'll allow you to be open if you need to.
Got it. Okay, thank you. I'll do that.
Okay. And then the other thing, is this building new construction or was anything in this space before you?
I believe there was nothing. It was just vacant. They had a TCO until I think just a month or 2 ago.
Sorry, what?
They had a temporary CO until I believe 2 months ago.
Okay. I noticed on your STIP form you don't have any occupancy numbers. Do you know what the total I guess you don't know the C of O yet?
No, I don't. I have to request the CO from them.
Do you know what are the maximum number of people you plan to have?
I think no more than 26.
Okay. And is everyone at a sushi bar or do you have some tables?
Only sushi bar.
And how many seats at the sushi bar?
So we have around 26. So 12 in one and maybe 14 in the other.
Okay, well then your maximum number has to be greater because that includes staff.
I see. So we're looking around 32.
Okay, 32. And you said you have 2 sushi bars?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, and what were the seats again?
It's 12 and 14.
Okay. And I assume you're going to be serving liquor across the bar as well. So those are like stand-up bars, right?
No, it won't be. They'll be served from like a server. So
Oh,
there
okay.
will not be any liquor served from across the bar.
Okay.
It'll be, yeah.
All right. Okay. And then finally, do you know, was anything in this space before? I mean, do you know if anything was there, putting aside the C of O issue?
No, from best of my knowledge, there was nothing in there before.
Okay. Is this,
it was when we went, there wasn't even white wall. It was just like pipes everywhere.
Okay. Are you in a residential build? Is this a residential building?
It is a residential building. Well, mixed use. They have other stores and nurseries on the first floor.
What's immediately above you? Is it a residential? Are they residential units?
I believe I don't think so. I believe it's gyms, amenities, their leasing office. They have a spa upstairs.
Okay.
I don't think there's any, I can't confirm, but to the best of my knowledge, it's mostly amenities on the second floor right above us. We're on the first floor.
Okay. I mean, because one thing we have to think about if some place has not housed an eating and drinking establishment is whether we need to, look into any acoustic issues that might bother residents in the building.
Okay.
But I'll see if other people in the committee have concerns with this. It sounds like you're going to be a quite quiet, small
Yeah,
restaurant.
we will be pretty quiet.
Okay. I see we have Christine has her hand raised. Anybody else from the committee? Christine?
Yeah, I see that you're saying your operation will terminate at 10, but your kitchen will close at 10:30. And typically it's the reverse. The kitchen closes before the restaurant closes, right?
Oh, I'm sorry. I must have a misunderstanding of what that means. The 10:30 refers to us cleaning the kitchen.
Right.
So
And
I'm
the
assuming
operation normally includes, at least in our form, includes any time where the restaurant has staff or anybody inside. So I would presume that what you are saying is that 11 o'clock would be a safe time to have everybody out, right?
I guess so. For our guests are out by 10 p.m., but if we include the employees, yes, they should be
Right.
out between 10:30, I guess to be safe, 11 p.m.
Right.
Christine, I think historically we have viewed the end hours when the place is closed and vacated for patrons, but not necessarily staff.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
My mistake then.
Yeah.
So Linda, do you want to keep it at 10 and again, that's not your last reservation. That's when all the patrons have left the premises.
Yes, our last reservation is 9 p.m. So we close at 10 p.m. pretty much.
That doesn't seem to give you a
customers
lot of
are out.
leeway.
I'm sorry?
If your last reservation is 9, that doesn't seem to give you a lot of leeway saying you're going to have everyone out by 10.
Our reservations, they're restricted 1 hour dining. So each
okay.
reservation.
Got it. Okay. All right.
If you restrict it,
I
then
guess to be safe, should I put 10:15?
Well, it's your operation, and if you say you restrict it, if you adhere to the restriction, they're out by 10 o'clock.
Okay.
If you want to give yourself some leeway, your kitchen people are cleaning. If you want to say 10:15, that's okay with us.
Okay.
But that moment, that point in time, is when customers have to be out of there.
Okay. Can I request a change of 10:15 then?
Let's make it 10:30, which are the hours you already have for the kitchen.
Yeah.
Okay.
Makes it easy for everybody. Okay.
Thank you.
I thought I saw another hand up. Wendy, did you change your mind?
Changed my mind because that was my recommendation. Just make it 10:30. That way people are
Okay.
getting their bill or whatever.
Thank you for thinking that, Wendy. Anybody else from the committee? Okay, Nellie from the community?
Yes, we have Steve Polito.
Okay, Steve, seeing you again.
Hello, everybody. Steve Belita, HK 4954 Block Alliance. The applicant came to our last meeting, well received, no complaints, no problems with the community for the Omakase or Shin West to open up. Hours sounded good to everybody. Everything sounded good. Like I said, we're got the full community behind them. We had no complaints or no problems. They have doors and windows closed. If any music's playing, I don't see that happening. We asked them about storm enclosures. They'll abide by the code of the city, and same with A-frames. So they have our community approval as well. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Steve. Okay. Do I hear a motion?
Motion to approve.
And there a second? Christine, second? Candace, Ted, all seconds. Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? Abstaining? Present, not eligible. Okay. Good luck, Linda.
Thank you.
Okay, we're moving on to our third category, which are new applications for full liquor, wine, and beer cider licenses. The first one is item 4 on our agenda, 698 9th Avenue, Mogao Management. Okay. They're asking for hours of operation 11 a.m. to 12 a.m., 7 days a week. Applicant?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Go ahead, James.
Yes, yeah, like we attended the board meeting in October and for beer and wine license. Right now, they changed the mind. They want to apply for the full liquor. Everything kept the same. I'm not no change. So only they want to change it to the full liquor. They want to apply for full liquor. The hour is keep the same. Yeah, you just mentioned.
Okay.
Are they open? Are they open already, James? Are they in operation yet?
Yeah, they opened. They opened. They are open. Yes.
Yes. Okay.
I think my client, if you need him, yeah.
Yeah. James, you should ordinarily, when people are seeking to upgrade their licenses, we sort of like a longer track record. So you should ask your clients in the future, when they're first coming before us, to really think hard about whether they just want beer and wine or whether they want a full liquor license. Because I think this is the second or maybe even the third client of yours that has come back within 6 months to upgrade.
Okay. I understand. Okay, so yeah, I understand you. Okay, so because due to the state liquor authority, they take a long process. They cannot get the temporary license for the full liquor. So this is the reason they apply for the beer and wine first. So right now they want to apply for full liquor because they just want to speed up. I advise them because should be waiting until beer and wine license approved, then they can upgrade. But they said okay, they want to apply now. I'm sorry for the confusion.
Okay. And I see that your client's going to use a storm enclosure, one of those plastic things around the door. Are they doing that?
I have to ask him. I think he is here.
You answered yes to the question. That's why I asked.
Oh, no, maybe I make a mistake. Yeah.
Okay, because if I remember that, the entrance there's not really a place for a storm enclosure because the entrance is on the corner.
Yes, right. Yeah.
Okay, so should I change the storm enclosure answer to no?
No, yes, yeah.
Okay, so no storm enclosure.
Yeah.
Okay, that's it for me, Bert.
Okay. Anybody else from the committee? Anybody from the community, Nellie?
There's no one.
Okay. Do I hear a motion?
Motion.
Second.
All those in favor? Against? Present not eligible? Those abstaining. Okay. Passes. Will make a recommendation to the full board.
Thank you. Have a nice evening, everybody.
For the record, Bert, aye for me too. I stepped away.
Oh, okay. Thanks, Mike.
Okay.
Item number 5 is 1000 South 8th Avenue. Turnstile Taco Projects. For you who are not familiar, and I wasn't familiar with the 1000 South 8th Avenue, what that meant, looking at my, and I'm a legacy person, my Hagstrom map. I actually asked Nellie, she said, it's in the mezzanine of the Columbus Circle subway station, 8th Avenue. So that's what we're talking about.
Right.
Okay.
We've had multiple license applications from that.
Yeah.
Food court, whatever.
It's a food court. That's the word, I guess, the operative word nowadays. A food court on the mezzanine level of the Columbus Avenue subway stop, Columbus Circle subway stop, and it's before you reach the turnstiles. So it goes like 8th Avenue between 57th to 59th Street. Okay, David, you're the applicant?
Yes, I am. David Chong. Turnstile Taco Projects. The DBA will be Gotham Tacos. It is, I'm applying for the full liquor license. And it'll be a fast casual location, more standing than seating. Quick drink before you go on your way, commuting home, or maybe coffee in the morning. I did put, it'll be open from 10 to 10, but just spending a couple of weeks due diligence, it'll probably be more like 7 or 8 p.m. So we're going to try to open breakfast to as well.
Well, are you saying you want to change your hours on the application?
No.
Because we have 10 a.m. to 10 p.m.
Right, 10 to 10. No, that's fine. Thank you. I'll just leave it that way.
And David, you didn't circle any music.
It's just background music. The music is really provided by the Turnstile Underground Market.
Okay, so you yourself are not going to have any music of your own?
No.
Okay, all right, so we'll leave that with no music for you. That's
Okay.
all I have, Bert.
Christine?
Yes, what is the arrangement for disposing of the garbage, of the trash?
They take care of it. The Turnstile Market, the landlord takes care of it. They remove all the rubbish for all the merchants.
Right, because we have had a lot of complaints from neighbors about the pile of trash which is left on the sidewalk, which is all of your trash, but it's not, you are not responsible. Right. It would be really helpful if we could get contact with the landlord, if you could share that with Nellie.
Oh, absolutely. Yes. I mean, I believe it's a sublease from the MTA, so I believe that the landlord will take care, does take care of the trash. And
right. So
I'll
if you
put you in touch with them. Yes.
Yeah, if you could put us in touch with them, that or her, sure. that will be very helpful. Thank you.
Sure. I can send that over to Nellie.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Nellie. Okay.
Very good.
Anybody else on the committee? Okay, Tina.
Hi, Tina.
Hi there. Just a quick question. I couldn't tell from your photo. Is there going to be seating on the outside or just seating on the inside?
There is seating outside as part of the market. The whole market has seating.
Yeah, I'm familiar.
In front of a lot of them.
But are you planning to add, or you're just using the seating?
Oh, no. I'm just using whatever's there. Yeah. I really want to make it so that folks don't linger, but, come on in, grab a bite, sort of like the Panera on 57th and 8th.
Got it.
56th and 8th.
Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else from the committee? And Nellie, anybody out there from the community?
No, there's no one.
Okay. Do I hear a motion?
Motion to approve.
Is there a second?
Thank you.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor? Those opposed? Present not eligible? Abstaining. Okay. Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Item 6 on our agenda, 508 West 37th Street, Facility Concession Services, LLC. This is also asking for hours of operation 12 p.m. to 12 a.m., Wednesday through Sunday. I don't see listed the other days of the week. Am I off someplace?
No,
Well,
we're only looking for 5 days a week.
Okay, so I'm not off. Okay, and applicant, that's you, Lindsay?
That's me. I'm representing Facility Concession Services LLC. And I just want to make sure that we see everyone else who's here from my client. I have Jason Reed, Martin Lechner, Ignacio De La Rosa, and Carlotta Campos.
I see Carlotta, I see Ignacio. Could you raise your hand, Carlotta? Okay, good. So I put you up front there on the screen. And there's Martin. Was there a fourth person there, Lindsay?
Jason Reed.
Jason, it is Jason. Okay.
Okay.
We got you all there.
That's our team. So I'm here representing Facility Concession Services LLC. We are here to discuss a new seasonal on-premise liquor license for use at 508 West 37th Street. Facility Concession Services LLC is a well-known concessionaire in New York. They do have locations nationwide, but our New York premises are Music Hall of Williamsburg, Brooklyn Steel, Webster Hall, Racket, and Terminal 5. We are seeking a seasonal license that will run from approximately April to the end of September. And the premises is going to be an immersive Bridgerton experience. There will be activities such as dance lessons and tea with the Queen, just to name a few. So I just wanted to make it clear that although I did mention that we were seeking dancing at the premises, we're not going to have a, the type of premises like a nightclub where patrons are dancing to music. We're really just only seeking more of a controlled atmosphere where they're being taught how to dance. And we did seek the ability to have background music, live music, or a DJ on site. But again, it would just be for the immersive experience events. Our total capacity is 400 patrons. We won't have any outdoor areas included as part of the premises. And our hours, as we mentioned earlier, are just Wednesday through Sunday from noon to midnight. Now I know that this is a little bit of an unusual premises, so I have various individuals from the premises here with me, and we can get into more of a description for you if you would like, but we really wanted to open up the floor to any questions you might have.
Right. So first of all, why a seasonal license and not a regular one? Is this like is this experience only going to run a season? Is that it?
That's it, yes.
Okay. And what is this location being used for now?
It's currently studio space owned by Media Pro.
Okay, meaning what, for broadcasting or taping?
I think it's more of a creative art studio space. Would someone on the team be able to explain how the space is used?
Yeah, I guess what I'm trying to get at, and maybe someone on your team can answer this, is sort of how loud are the things that are going on there now? What's immediately above this space? And, is there any possibility of, neighboring residents being bothered by what you were going to be doing? Or is it just a continuation of the type of activities that have already been there?
Sure. Martin, Jason, Ignacio, or Carlotta, would you be able to describe what's going on in the space now?
I can speak to this, yes. Currently, it is an event space that has been used for numerous events, including video shoots, TV shoots, weddings, things of that nature. There is nothing directly above it. The building it owns everything up to the roof level. And at this point, I don't know what they've done there in the past beyond I've seen some of the photos of events they've had in the past to know that they've had some rather large things there before, but I can't give you much more detail than that. I've just seen photos.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's what I was asking about. Bert, I don't have anything else.
Okay, I just would like to know, maybe I missed it. You say seasonal. What is the season?
Oh, so we're running from April to September, and we think it may be just for this 1 year.
And then you move on?
And then we move on, unless there's an extension of some sort where we decide to come back.
The second part of my question is could you describe some of these immersive experiences?
Sure. I'm only aware of the dance lessons and tea, but the team could maybe get into explain a bit more.
So yeah, let me just back it up a little bit. So this is the Queenswell Bridgerton experience. For you to know, this is a co-production that we're doing with Netflix and Shondaland, and it's inspired by the famous TV show that we all know, so the Bridgerton TV show. In this immersive experience, you will get to get in. There will be a live performance of stuff. There will be some live music, so a violin. People will be, let's say, interacting with performance. They will be teach how to dance. They will be teach how to bow to the queen. So these all sort, activities that do happen in the show. So in this TV show, people are also going to be able to take pictures. We have different photo opportunities. They are going to be able to take pictures in there and with performance. I hope this gives you more clarity.
Why would I want to learn how to bow to the queen?
It's
It's from the TV show. So Bridgerton
You have to
is
watch
a very
Bridgerton.
Yes. Thank you.
Period. You must watch Bridgerton first season. Definitely.
Oh, Bridgerton. Oh,
Yes.
Correct. Yeah.
So this is connected.
You
with
might enjoy it, Bert. It's very popular.
Well, my husband likes it. I have never watched it, alone peripherally. Okay, I think. Oh yeah. Okay, it's not my world. Christine.
Yes. So I pass in front of this operation fairly frequently. It's between 10th and the park, 37. And I have a few questions for you. So you have 400 people, but 40 tables. So the tables are 10 people each?
Well, actually, I wanted to clarify that as well. The tables are standing high tops. So we most likely will not have seats at the tables. You would just walk up, and if you have something to eat, you could stand at the table while you're consuming and then move on. So the seat count is fairly low for that reason.
All right. So the whole consumption is essentially standing, right? That's what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay. The front of the operation is 3 massive garage door, right? So how are you going to change that? What are you doing about that? Is it going to be? What's behind those garage doors? Are they normal doors, or is that a big opening in the street? What's happening there?
The garage doors will be open for the event. The one farthest to the west on the building face is the one where the guests will be entering. We will be building an inset door frame underneath that to have a normal set of double doors for the guests to enter. The other two already have doors that already exist. The middle garage door is only for moving things back and forth, and the other garage door will open up into what is the lobby space.
So, okay, so the one on the west, you are going to build a sort of door in light material, right? Is that what you're saying?
It's something the venue already owns. It's a canvas material over a wooden frame that fits inside the door frame.
Okay, and then what happens on the eastern door? You say there is a lobby?
The eastern door already has a series of glass doors that open into the lobby space.
Okay, so, and are you going to have queuing? People are going to queue to get in there?
We are anticipating a queue from the western garage door, the one I described as the entrance space, headed towards 10th Avenue.
Okay. To 10th Avenue, but this sidewalk is very narrow. What are you going to do about that?
Well, the capacity right now for the show is approximately 280 people per event. And what we've discovered in the past is that a lot of the people, they don't show up early. They tend to show up pretty much on time. And as soon as we get them to the door, if we can, we're going to get them right inside. The goal is to not have people lined up any longer than we need to. But they would be single file down 37th headed towards 10th.
And also, Christine, I wanted to mention that tickets are timed in order to avoid long queues outside. So you would show up when it's time for your entrance.
Right, but Lindsay and team, to sort of compare you to Sleep No More, which may be the most analogous thing that's going on. They also have staggered time tickets, but at least pre-pandemic, they tended to have sort of long lines before they even opened the doors, because people would arrive early because they wanted to get there early, or get inside early. I'm not sure. It seems possible to me that the same thing may happen to you. In other words, people eager for your experience arriving to be among the first ones in.
Fortunately, that street doesn't have a lot of pedestrian traffic, but if you have queues there, so now let's talk about the environment. Just facing this wall on the other side of the street is a massive residential building, TF Cornerstone, which has like 700 apartments. And not literally above the building, but right adjacent to the building is another residential building. So yeah, there is residential building all around that. And so if there is a queue, if there are people opening the door and the music escapes or whatever, we will have issues with the residents. And we need to keep that in mind. I mean, it doesn't seem that the sound is going to be contained because it's a canvas opening, so it's like it's outside. And there is going to be a queue, which means people are going to talk loud, etc. And just across the street, there is a lot of residents. So, which have never seen any interruption. I mean, you know, there is a party
Right.
at the time. So I think these are the issues I have personally. And then, are you planning to redo the sidewalk? There is right now curve cut. You need to restore the sidewalk to its normal position?
We have no plans to alter the sidewalk in any way.
Okay.
And
I think that might have to be a landlord issue because we're only going to be here for a short period of time.
Yeah, that may be a landlord issue, but since you are here in front of us, we're asking you the question. And so these are the issue about this location, which otherwise would be a pretty good location. And then you are saying you have 280 expected, but now on your application you are saying 400. So what's the difference? Is it 280 or 400?
280 is how many people we expect to be there at one point in time, but 400 is the legal capacity of the space.
Yeah, but I mean, in the application, it says the maximum person occupying the premises. So that would be 280?
Well, no, I
Correct.
think she's saying that, well, wait, aren't you saying there are 280 audience members?
Correct.
Okay, so then there's staff and performers, I assume, above that.
Correct. That would take us to approximately 305.
Okay.
So the number should be 305 on that column. So, you know, I don't know what to do about those things. It's a pretty good location for this activity, but there is a lot of potential for sound escaping and sound on the queue.
I can speak to the sound issue a little bit. The main entrance for the guests, where we're talking about these canvas doors, actually opens into the venue's loading dock, which is an enclosed space separated from the sound. They will then enter through that area, go through what we're calling a flower tunnel, and then they will go through two doors on the interior to get into the space itself. So fortunately, there isn't a direct link between those two. There's a bit of a sound barrier between there. So that will be the only place where sound would be able to escape. All the other areas from the lobby and the center garage door actually has a double door sound lock inside of it. So that should be relatively safe. So we're hoping that there will not be much sound. Plus, with it being Bridgerton, a lot of the music is going to be from a string quartet, that sort of style. So we are hoping that there will not be much of a bleed. And if there is, we can adjust levels as necessary.
Okay. So
we're not planning to have any speakers on the sidewalk. We're not having any monitors or exterior sound or in the lobbies or in the entrance space.
Okay.
Inga, did you have your hand up?
I did, Bert. Thank you. I I think just hearing all of this, I just wanted to pipe in. I know there are probably going to be other questions, but since it's a one-off seasonal license, I think it's a good test for the space size for something now, because what if another bar comes in a year from now and wants to be here 24/7 and then we find out it's not working. So I think this is a great time to test this space out for future use. So since it's so limited, if there are a lot of complaints, it's going away. I don't know. That's my 2 cents.
An experiment.
I think it's a good idea.
Okay. Anybody else from the committee? Nellie from the community?
There's no one.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so the only
You wanna-
change-
Yeah, go ahead, summarize.
Yeah, the only change I have is to change the maximum number of people expected to 305 on page 2 of the STIP form.
And do you guys agree to that? Martin, you had suggested 305?
Yes, I agree to that.
Okay,
Thank you.
okay, and any other, Frank? That's it?
That's
Okay,
it.
we have a motion there,
Motion to approve.
and we have a second.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, all those opposed? Present not eligible? And those abstaining. Okay. You got your experiment.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Still on 37th Street. Now we're at 307 West 37th Street. The 365 Management Company. It's and the West 37th Street Hotel. Okay, they're out. And who's here from the applicant?
Good evening. This is Alyssa Yoe. I'm the attorney for the applicant, and I have with me Bob Handler, who is the general manager of the hotel.
Yeah.
Hello, how are you
There
tonight?
you are, Bob. Okay. So go ahead, Alyssa, or Bob, or both of you.
So the application before you is for a beer, wine, and spirits hotel license. The hotel is actually open and operating and has been since 2013. They've also been licensed to sell and serve alcohol since 2013. And we appeared before this committee in 2013 about this application, where we received unanimous approval. We're filing a new application for the hotel due to a change in the ownership of the hotel. The management company that currently manages the hotel, 365 Management Company, will remain as the management company on site. So this is strictly an owner change. And there are no changes at all to the current operations at the hotel.
So the operations of the hotel, the operations of this site will be exactly the same as we approved in 2013.
Yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure that some of the prior STIPs are carried over. Back in 2013, you agreed that there'd be no more than 22 people in the backyard at any one time. Is that's still okay?
That's correct.
And that outdoor space will close and vacate no later than 11 p.m. on weekends and 10 p.m. on the other nights of the week.
Absolutely.
Okay. And then one thing, and I think this may just be a issue with the floor plans. One other thing you agreed to was to change the size of the 10-person table outside to divide it into smaller tables. But I noticed on the floor plan you submitted with this application, you still have the 10-seat table. Is that an old floor plan, or did you change things?
No, that table is still there. I mean, honestly, nobody ever sits out there, so it never made much.
Well, if it hasn't bothered anyone, I'm not inclined to ask you to remove it, but I just wanted to flag that.
Yeah, nobody ever.
And then the last thing, which it may be for your lawyer, on page 6 of the STIP form, There's a question that says if amplified sound is played inside the establishment, will you close the doors and windows to the outdoor space? And then your answer was not applicable, no amplified sound. Does that mean there's no amplified sound inside?
No, there's just recorded background music, like Muzak, that you would hear.
So what that question is getting to, because there's sound inside, you'll keep the doors to the outside closed, so the sound from the inside doesn't spill out.
Absolutely.
So I'm going to get rid of that not applicable and make the answer to that question yes.
That's fine.
Okay. That's what I have, Bert.
Okay, anybody else on the committee? And the community, Nellie?
There's no one.
Okay. Do I hear a motion?
Motion.
And a second? Okay, thanks, Ted. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, opposed? Abstaining, present not eligible. Okay. Thanks.
Thank
We'll
you.
Thank
moving
you.
down. Thank you. You're welcome. Next item on the agenda, we're moving one block north to 38th Street. 331 West 38th Street, the Theory Lounge. And the proposed hours of operation, 12 to 2 a.m. Sunday to Wednesday, 12 to 4 a.m. Thursday through Saturday. Applicant?
Hi, how are you? Good evening to the community board members. I'm Frank Nalivaco, I'm the representative. And with us tonight are the two owners, Ulysses Pichardo and Arun Bastiant. Nice to know you. How are you? So if I may, I'm going to give the restaurant details. Theory Lounge, it's set up as an American style type lounge. It's 1,100 square feet. There's 800 square feet on the ground level and 300 square feet in the basement where two of the bathrooms are located. It's going to be entirely indoor operation. There's no outside areas to be used. All windows and doorways will always be kept closed at all times. The most of the business, they're trying to cater to more of the lunch crowd during the day, all the businesses in that area, being at the garment district. And then at night, they hope to bring in the hotel guests from the surrounding area along with the residential neighbors that they have. So the hours, they're really not looking to do these late hours. They're looking, the only reason that they're asking is in the rare case where there might be one or two late nights and they want to be covered for that type of an occurrence. Otherwise, they're really looking to shut down closer to 1 a.m. So most of the business is going to be done earlier in the evening. As to the interior, it's going to contain 5 tables with 22 seats. There'll be a 20-foot long bar seating 15. That's basically all I have.
Yeah, just a couple of questions about your STIP form.
Sure.
On page 2, you didn't circle any music. Are you going to have any kind of music at the establishment?
Yeah, I thought I had, but the only music is going to be background style, pre-recorded. There's no live entertainment. There's not karaoke night.
All right.
There's
On page 5, there's a question about asking if you're going to make any changes to the existing facade, and you didn't answer that. Are you or are you not?
No, in fact, right now they're going through some major renovations. They're going to keep what has been there. I believe it was a window and just a doorway.
Okay. And then on the question about whether you're getting an acoustical report, your response was pending. Have you gotten that yet?
No, we have discussed, and I explained that the decibel level in the interior, it needs to stay below 75. And then any adjoining apartments, the decibel level has to be kept below 42.
Okay, but are you getting an acoustic report or you haven't done that yet?
I think we'll still have to order it. Since they're under renovations, they haven't really gotten to that point, but with your suggestion, should we do it now, currently, or should
Yeah, well, let's hear from the committee and the community, and we'll circle back to that.
Okay.
Bert, we have 3 emails submitted in opposition, but I suggest we wait and see who's here live, and then I'll summarize those
Okay,
after the community speaks.
okay. Any committee members have any comments? Jesse and then Christine?
Thanks. So usually, when it seems like this lounge, the location is on a side street, which is, the letters that are written in, have concern about the residential, quality of the neighborhood. Regardless of the other issue beyond sound, obviously, is what it does in terms of people coming in and out late at night. And so I'm curious if you have a plan for security standing outside post 10 p.m. on Thursdays, Fridays, Saturdays to scatter people who might be loitering. And if not, would you be amenable to that?
Sure. So we had a brief discussion. We felt that security at this point in time was not necessary, but they're flexible on that matter depending on how the business develops. So yeah, I mean, they're definitely open to that kind of a situation. They just don't feel that they're going to be the type of place or attract the type of people that would be disruptive. They have many years of experience in the industry. We've both managed various different bars throughout Manhattan. So they're accustomed to those kind of circumstances and problems. And that was the basis of the meeting. It was, we're not getting into this business to have this type of crowd or that type of disruption. They don't want it. They don't need it. And so again,
yeah, I think, just regardless of who, I mean, it's still a bar, and, having a bar, with alcohol consumption that late at night, people coming and going, even though you could be, quality, quiet people, but you tend to congregate outside, you're waiting for your friends, you're putting your coats on. And that's the kind of thing that ends up disturbing the people who live right nearby, is because large groups form outside. I want to hear what other people say, but chances are that's something that I would want to see in.
Sure. I mean, again, they're definitely
want to see
open to that.
too. Thanks.
You bet.
Okay. Christine?
Yes,
Thanks,
thank
Jesse.
you.
Christine?
I do live across the street, so make me a little biased here. But this is a street which has a lot of residents, and I think the building which are being renovated above that place is going to be a residential building. So it is, even though it's right in the middle of the garment district, it is more and more residential, and very much so right now. So we need to be careful about that. I was happy to hear that you are not intending to go beyond 1 o'clock. And I think you would make your life much easier with everyone if you were going to state that on your stipulation. I think people would, react to that, even though I would ask you to change your hours to 1 o'clock, no later than 1 o'clock. I think 4 o'clock is not appropriate for that street and for a residential street. And then that kind of addresses the issue of the outdoor, which is always a problem if people go to outdoor to smoke and to gather there. Tell me about your the front of the building. If I remember, the front of the building was a kind of a glass door end to end, right? Is that the case or not?
I can't speak to that. I haven't seen the prior business that was there, and it's been boarded over for quite some time.
Right.
Maybe the two owners have seen what was there.
Yeah. All right. Yes. We saw we're gonna have it enclosed, definitely, and since we will be there at all times, me and my partner Ulysses, and to make sure there'll be no people congregating, we will make sure personally, we guarantee that there will be no noise. You can either contact us, we have our cell phone numbers ready anytime you want to call us. We want to be good neighbors, and we will be there anytime you want. We will make sure.
No, we don't want to be calling you. That's not our job.
I understand. I do understand. We're going to have it enclosed so that there'll be no noise outside.
By enclosed, what do you mean?
Enclosed. I mean, there will be like the doors will be closed.
There will be French doors. There will be one door, one window.
One door to go in. That's it.
Okay. All right.
And we are soundproofing.
We are soundproofing inside.
And the question Jesse had about security, if we need it, we don't have a problem. We want to work with you guys. So whatever we have to do to work positive and get this going, we're willing to.
More than happy to
do it.
So I think what would be great is that if you were closing at 1 o'clock, and everybody would feel way more comfortable with that.
But however, if you could give us, since it's a small place, if you could give us till 2 o'clock, we would really appreciate it, because it's a very small place. We can only fit maximum is 42 people. So, and, it would give us a chance to, and we will make sure there is no noise. We will be there.
We need to make men's meet here. So if we could work together. And negotiate something that works for both of us.
Yes, I understand 2 o'clock. If you could give us 2 o'clock, we would really appreciate it, because then then it would be able to, for us to make a living, so it'll be tough.
You're saying you would drop Thursday, Friday, and Saturday down from 4 a.m. to 2 a.m.?
Yeah,
we'll be happy to do that. If that's,
if that works.
If that works,
What about the other days of the week? Would you close earlier?
If there's no business, if you want, we can close Sunday and Monday, 1 o'clock. We'll be able to do that. No problem. And if you could give us Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday till 2 o'clock, and that's something we could work with.
How do you feel about having that plus security, Christine?
Yeah, I think that helps. Definitely.
If we want the security, we'll put the security. We definitely don't want we don't want to be a nuisance.
I just know and I know we've asked that of other bars on side streets like this. So
yes, we'll do it. Right?
So what hours are we talking about? We're talking about Thursday, Friday, Saturday till 2.
And Sunday, Monday, 1 o'clock. Rest of the week, if you could.
What about Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday?
Sunday, Monday, 1 o'clock. And Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, 2 o'clock.
Okay, well, why don't we hear from other people in the community, and then we can circle back.
Okay. I mean, what is it?
First, let's see, is anybody else on the committee? No, Nellie from the community?
Sorry, there's no one from the community.
Okay, so let me summarize these then. One gentleman writes that they've lived at 348 West 38th since the 90s, very concerned about the proposed hours, which will have a huge negative impact on the quality of life for us and our neighbors. It's been our experience with similar establishments that late hours certainly create disturbances due to noise and smoking, detrimental to quality of life. There's already a bar 2 doors away on this block at the Arlo Hotel and many bars around the corner on 9th Avenue. We hope that CB4 will not negatively allow this to impact life on our block, and at the very least, consider more reasonable hours with much earlier closing times. Someone else in the same building, as a lifelong New Yorker, I'm anxious to see nightlife return. However, this is a quiet side street with working families and only the occasional car alarm after 10 p.m. In fact, just a single voice in front of the Arlo Hotel bounces between the buildings and reaches the 9th floor where we live. Not the right location for a venue that stays open till 2 a.m. or 4 a.m. If it were midnight, sure, but the hours imply drunk carrying on till the wee hours, which would be an incredible disruption. Please vote no. And again, someone else also from that building concerned about the late hours. Neighbors also have concern about the proposals and hope there could be more reasonable hours. So it seems those were all about the closing hours.
So, I mean, how about like we do Sunday, Monday, Tuesday 1, and give us Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday 2.
We're saying Sunday, Monday, Tuesday,
Okay,
1.
And Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, 2.
Okay.
Okay.
I could live with that. And then Jesse, what kind of
Jesse,
security would you want? Like certain hours or how do
Someone
you-
manning the door. I mean, someone manning the door
10
after
o'clock,
10, but
11.
I regularly defer to Christine on most things, but in this case, where she actually lives across the street from the establishment, pretty much whatever Christine says, well, it's going to go here for me. If this is acceptable to her, I'm fine.
We want to be good neighbors, you know, we want to be very good. We don't, I
Okay.
understand it's where you live, you know, we don't want to, we want to be very good neighbors. We want to comply to all the, you know, we don't want, you know, we want to be very good neighbors, basically. You know.
I see Kerry has her hand up and Tina.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just listening to the community and their concerns and feeling like 1 o'clock on a work night is late. And I'm wondering, you know, oftentimes we ask people to give it a shot, and then when everything's going great with the community and the community trusts you to come back and extend your hours further. So I guess I'm wondering if you would do 12 o'clock Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and then 2 o'clock Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
How about Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, 12, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, 2.
Sunday, Monday, Tuesday,
12.
I like your negotiation skills.
So we're saying we're now in the process of Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, 12, and that was
Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, 2.
I mean, I would consider
with the door.
Wait, Carrie, finish what you were saying, Carrie.
I would just consider Wednesday to be quite like a Monday, you know, in terms of like getting up for work. And so
we'll make sure there's no issues on Wednesday. We will make sure we will be there. We want
It's owner operated. We're both going to be there.
You know.
I'm leaving my job. I'm going to work there. I'll be there 24/7.
Yeah.
Yeah, but okay, let me jump in that.
Sorry, Christine, wait, Tina also wanted to say something.
Sorry.
I want to say this quickly. I mean, I'm a working girl. For me, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday are all the same. Quite frankly, Thursday is not great for me either, but I'm willing to go along with society. And I really don't think it's fair after these people have come forward and they say that they really need the block to be a little bit quieter, that we don't respect that. So I support what Carrie has said and what Christine has said. I'm really uncomfortable with hours that are later than 12 o'clock Sunday through Thursday, and then I'm open to Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and even Thursday if I have to be.
So you're suggesting, Tina, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, 12, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, 2.
No.
Right.
Except for the
Sunday is
Sunday.
12.
We can do till 1. No.
Sunday is 12. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday,
Right.
Wednesday.
Sunday,
12.
Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, 12, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, 2.
We're fine with that. Let's work with that and we'll take it from there.
And I would encourage you to, you know, come back and
Okay, can we come back and do that? Okay.
yeah, if everything's great and there's no issues with the community at all, then, you know, you can come back and we can discuss Sunday through Wednesday.
So Christine?
Can I just throw in for context for
Okay.
everyone and for the applicants and for the rest of the board? But, you know,
Okay, that's fine.
a month or two ago, we gave Gadfly, which is on a very quiet side street, which has capacity of 74 people. We agreed to hours of operation 12 p.m. to 12 a.m. Monday through Wednesday, and 12 p.m. to 2 a.m. Thursday through Sunday. But they, and the applicant should know, they did a really good job of getting, you know, petitions from so many residents on that block to come out and support. And that is because they had a track record after being open for about a year where they gained trust of the community, and then they were able to do that. So we're definitely flexible. We're definitely, you know, open to adjusting hours, because that was an application to extend their hours, but that's what we gave them. Their place is just a little bit larger than yours, but not too much. So just for
Right, 30 people larger.
Good context.
Christine, you were
Yeah,
about.
I think that's productive, and we're getting there. I have a question about if there are people in front of your, restaurants, and they are leaving or coming in or smoking, what is going to be your technique to disperse them?
Well, people could go outside and congregate, but we'll definitely make sure they keep it, to a low standard, and there will be security. So we will be
I
there.
don't think you want people outside congregating.
Yeah, you don't want people outside.
That's one of the issues we're talking about. People outside congregating.
That's what security will be there for, is to make sure that
Security,
nobody
make sure they don't make noise, that's why people will be outside making sure there won't be any noise. That's for sure. That's why we're.
So you are going to have a security after 10 o'clock. Is that what it is?
Yes.
So that they can disperse them.
Correct.
Right. That's very, very critical.
Okay.
Because
That was something that Jesse had raised before.
Right.
Security.
This is a very quiet street at night. It's hell during the day, but it's a very quiet street at night. Okay. So we can't have, the day being hell and the night being hell as well, right? We need to have
some
break. So I'm happy with with where we came out. I think the 12 and
12 and 2.
Yes, 12 and 2.
12 and 2. Okay,
I'm fine with that.
So to summarize this, the closing hours will be Sunday to Wednesday, 12 midnight, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, 2 a.m. And there'll be an additional stip that the applicant will provide one state certified security personnel on site from 10 p.m. until closing. And security person will monitor sidewalk to ensure patrons are not congregating on sidewalk.
And noisy, yeah. And then the other stipulation.
That's for the late nights. That's for the late nights, or you also want that straight through.
That's from.
We have to have it on like a Sunday, like we'll be closing on that 12. We'll make sure,
And I think if you want to, we're suggesting 10, but if you want to provide that person earlier, I think we'd have no problem with that.
That's fine. Okay, it's fine.
Inga?
Okay. All right.
Inga, you're muted.
Rookie mistake. I think I would probably say, if you find that the security is not really needed on the early closing nights, I think we should allow them to not use them, because that's a large cost for these restaurants.
It's very.
So I think maybe we can let them try it just on the weekends, and I don't know.
That's what we did.
Yeah, I think on the weekend.
That's what we did with Gadfly, just so you know. Yeah.
I think
on the weekend. On the weekend is fine. Yeah.
Yeah, I think. I mean, if there are complaints, there.
And we'll alter it.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's a huge expense for restaurants to have security for that many hours.
So we're just saying then for the weekend, Thursday,
Thursday, you mean Thursday to Saturday when they're open till 2.
Till 2. Mike?
No, that answers my question. That's good. The other consideration too is that, when you hire security, and I think Jesse can agree with me or not, I think there's a certain minimum number of hours these folks, right? And you got to consider that as well. So I think 4 hours is probably the minimum they'll do. Is that right, Jesse?
I mean, that's how we figured it out with Gadfly, which is why we kept it Thursday through Saturday. So if everyone on the committee is okay with that, that's fine with me. Thursday through Saturday, 10 to 2 a.m. for you guys to find someone and to stand outside. Thank you.
Did you have something else?
Yeah, I had one more thing, is that confirm that the front door will be a normal door with a normal window and will be closed at all times, because the former operator was leaving it completely open.
Okay, so what you want is that there will be no French doors, right?
Right, and yeah.
And
the door will be closed.
One main door.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then I will just say only one regular entry door which will be kept closed when not used for entering and exiting.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
And again, so security now is only Thursday to Saturday from 10 p.m. until closing.
Okay.
Weekends, Friday, Saturday, or Thursday? So what do you want?
I think there's.
The nights that you're open till 2 a.m.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's fine. That's fine.
Okay. Any further summary, Frank?
Nope, that's it.
Do I hear a motion?
Yeah. Motion.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Thank you.
Present not eligible? And abstaining. Okay, thank you.
very much.
Hey,
Thank
good
you.
luck.
Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much. Thank you, Christine, Jesse.
Thank you.
Appreciate it, guys.
Okay. I mean, you got someone right on the block.
Thanks a lot,
Okay.
guys. I appreciate it.
Okay, now we're moving south Chelsea. Item number 9, 157 West 18th Street, which is asking for hours of operation 10 a.m. to 2 a.m., 7 days a week. This is 157 West 18th Street. That's between 6th and 7th Avenues. And who's our applicant here? Nobody? Nobody representing 157 West 18th Street?
Gave up.
Yeah, Nellie, is anyone in the attendee section? I mean, this is, you know, a bookman's firm that's unlike them to not show up.
I just have to pull up the steps. Give me 1 second.
If anyone in the attendees list is representing the applicant or is the applicant, please raise your hand.
There are 2 people with the raised hands. Brett
Okay.
Needle and Sam Needle, which I think are the applicant.
Yeah, yeah. So Nellie, can you move them over?
Please bring them over, Nellie.
Yes, I just did.
Okay. Brett and Sam?
Hi, can everyone hear us?
Yes, we can.
Sorry about that. I think we joined incorrectly, but glad to be here. Thanks for your patience. I'm Brett Nidell. I'm here with my brother, Sam Nidell, along with my wife, Tamara McCarthy. We own the Commons Chelsea, which has been on 7th Avenue and 18th Street for just over 10 years, and a door down Motel Mars, which has been on the corner of 18th and 7th for a little over 5 years. We're applying for 157 West 18th Street, which is just east of 7th Avenue on 18th Street, to open a pizzeria similar to Motel Mars in that it's a neighborhood restaurant, but Motel Mars is a bit moodier and a smaller space. This is a plan to be brighter and more casual, very family friendly. We were fortunate to do some nice outreach and get some good responses from the neighborhood. We also are part of the 18th and Street Block Association and the Friends of Chelsea Green Park, and have some young kids, myself a 2-year-old and Sam a 1-year-old. So very keen on expanding this great neighborhood and what it has to offer. And similar to the other places that we have opened, we think pizza is a nice addition, and we're excited about the project. Thank you for your time.
Okay, could you tell us a little bit about the building? I guess it's not previously been a bar or restaurant.
No, it was the old Midtown Electric warehouse building that the developer purchased and made into full floor office units. So above are only office spaces.
Okay, so there's no residential immediately above you.
No.
How about on either side? Those looked like residential buildings to me.
Yeah, either side across the street, both residential.
Okay. Did you give notice? Do you know if your lawyer gave notice to those buildings or?
We posted the sign on our door.
Okay, but you don't know if you like sort of reached out directly to the buildings.
Any kind of like tenants association or co-op or?
The block association, the 18th Street Block Association, covers the block west of 7th Avenue and east to 6th Avenue.
And have we heard from them? Did you meet with them?
Yeah, actually, my wife and our partner here is a member of the association. Emails back and forth. We submitted with the application emails of support from the association, from the Friends of Chelsea Green, and some residents as well.
Well, attached to your application were some emails from a couple residents, but I didn't see anything actually from the Block Association. Did you have something like that?
Yeah, it should be there. We can submit it. I don't know if I can share them now, but I can send
Is
them.
it attached to your application? Maybe I overlooked it.
It should be.
Who's it from?
It's from Bookman's office.
From who?
Bookman's office.
Max Bookman.
Oh, no. I have the application you submitted, but the letters of support I saw were all from individuals. So I was just asking if I overlooked something.
Can I send them to you? I'm looking at the application. I don't think those made it on, but I can send both the Friends of Chelsea Green, the park, and the Block Association's support letters.
Can you just tell us what I mean, you can send it, but what does the Block Association letter say?
Just gonna pull it up. It's from Michael Glassman, who is the president of that association.
And that association covers what?
100 to 200.
It's 100 to 200 West 18th.
Yes, it's a new.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just newly formed. There was an 18th and 17th association, but they split, and this is a new.
And so what did their letter say or email?
Just gonna,
So spoke to Judy from the 17th Street.
speak. I'm just gonna have my wife step in. She's on the association. And
Hi, sorry.
Hi there.
Hi. Yes, we also spoke to Judy from the 17th Street Block Association. So we have had some back and forth. And let me see if we can find Michael's.
Okay. Well, while you're looking, I had a couple more questions. On page 6 of the STIP form, there's a question that says if amplified sound is played inside, will the doors and windows be closed? And you didn't answer that. I hope the answer to that's yes.
Yes, I think we're very new in the process physically. We haven't started the construction, but I don't think there won't be any open windows. It's just the front door.
And they can be open if there's no amplified sound inside. But if you have music inside, TVs inside, you got to close the doors and windows.
Right. Okay. Of course.
And the other, I just wanted to flag for people. We usually ask outdoor space to be closed by 10 and 11. And your response was that you'll comply with the local laws. So I assume what you're saying is because your outdoor space is all under the open restaurants program, you will be open whatever hours that program allows you to be open.
Yeah, and and I think that program might change soon to be more permanent. Of course, we will comply.
Okay. All right. I just wanted the committee to know about that. And then if you want to still look for the letter, we can start hearing questions.
Yeah, I have it here if you want me to read it.
Yeah, please.
Michael Glassman, the president of the 100 and 200 West Street Block Association. It says, we are willing to express our Block Association support for the liquor license application, which 157 Restaurant LLC, led by Tamara McCarthy, Brett Nidell, and Sam Nidell, is seeking for the restaurant they are opening at 157 West 18th Street. The team has operated restaurants on our block for more than 11 years, which has been very positive additions to our neighborhood. We have discussed with them their plans for operation of the restaurant, including proposed hours, and are supportive of their plan. We look forward to welcoming and supporting their new restaurant.
Okay, thanks. If you could send those and any other letters to Nellie Gonzalez of the board office, that would be great. And also attached to the STIP form, as the committee members may have seen, are 6 emails of support from local residents and one from New York Live Arts, the nearby performance space.
Okay, any committee members have anything, comments, questions? Christine.
Yes. So, well, first of all, in your application, you indicate that you're going to install an outside vestibule. And those vestibules are limited to 18 inches. Will you stipulate that you're going to comply with the 18 inches?
Yes, and I believe the entrance to the door is also set back from the lot line, so it should give us ample room to comply.
Oh, you mean your entrance is stepped back? Okay, so the vestibule will be within the lot line.
We'll comply if it sticks out, but and 18 inches is the limit. We'll comply with that.
Right. So that would be one thing. The second thing is that you didn't include the drawing of the outside, and that would be really helpful.
Of the enclosure of that vestibule?
No, of the sidewalk and street installations that you plan to do.
Right, sure. We are a little early in our timeline. I know that the licensing takes a while, so we haven't planned that yet. For outdoors, we would make sure everything. I know we don't have to file now because of the temporary permit, but we would file as if it was compliant with all the codes of walkways and distances.
So could you remove the outside from the application so that you have to come back to us and we discuss, the placement at the same time as the license?
Well, I think we know that once we open, we'll have something, and we'd like the ability when we open to have the outdoor. It's an extremely competitive advantage to have outdoor, so I think we'd like to keep it in there.
So if you want to keep it in there, we'd like to see the drawings.
Yeah, Brett, what we're concerned about is what sort of how wide the sidewalk is, what sort of obstructions may be there, like tree pits, fire hydrants, things like that. So it doesn't have to be done by an architect, but if you could have something that shows the width of the sidewalk, the maximum width you're going to take up on the sidewalk,
sure.
The maximum amount of roadway, and then any obstruction,
right?
Fire hydrants, trees, and just show the clearance. We want 8-foot clearance from the trees to any seating and that sort of stuff. So just show those dimensions. It doesn't have to be, very technical. We just want to see the basic layout and the basic distances.
Sure. Yeah, there are no obstructions, fire hydrants, etc. So, and we have ample room to have the minimal seating we want and the clearances, so we can have that sent over.
Okay. And Nellie, when do we need that by?
We will need that by the 27th.
Okay. Can you get that to the board office by March 27th?
Yes, no problem.
Okay, thanks.
That deadline is the 27th because we're going to need it for the full board, which is the first Wednesday in April. So we need time to look at it before we send to the full board.
Okay.
And if there are no obstructions, please just write that on the floor plan so we know you've thought about it.
Okay.
Got it.
Christine?
Thanks.
Well, do we still have a question about the sound? I mean, are there windows or French doors giving to the outside, or?
No, there's not. There's one fixed pane of glass as a window.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Carrie?
Thank you. Would you stipulate to having the outdoor space closed by 10 on the weekdays and 11 on the weekends?
Yes, I think that's okay.
Thank you.
Did you say, sorry, I missed that. Did you say?
10 and 11.
You said yes, Frank.
Okay.
And these are the hours, thank you, Carrie. These are the hours we ask just about everybody. Not just about, we ask everybody. Okay, anybody else from the committee, and anybody hands up from the community here?
There's no one there's one person from the community.
Okay. Bring them over.
Hi, everyone. I just want to say, I know Sam from the Commons, and they are definitely great neighbors. I, however, live literally next door on 155 West 18th Street. And I'm sure they will be very considerate going forward. But I have a couple of questions. That building is kind of newly renovated. And I believe it's a common workspace, the rest of the building. It's like people go in and out, and there is a terrace on the 8th floor on the back side of the building. So my question is, are you guys on the ground floor? Are you going to use the back ground floor? Is there an opening area there? Like, you know, these are for us like concerns for loud noises and stuff like that. Are you going to use the 8th floor terrace? Those are my questions. And thank you for listening.
Sure, yeah. I am not too sure what upstairs is. I know it's each floor is an office. I thought that they had rented 2 of the, I think 6 or 7 floors. I didn't know that it was co-working, but our space is just the ground floor and the basement. On the ground floor, there is about maybe a 4-foot wide outdoor area that we won't have any people, customers go. It's not big enough, so we don't have any outdoor space in the back, and we're only renting that ground floor and lower level.
So you have no access to the 8th floor terrace?
No.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Elif. Okay, do you want to summarize, Frank?
Yeah, this one I think I should. So for the applicant on page 6, you've now agreed to close and vacate the outdoor spaces by 11 p.m. on Friday and Saturday and 10 on the other days. You agreed that when there's amplified sound inside, you'll close the doors and windows. And then we have 3 additional steps. That any storm enclosure will extend no further than 18 inches from the building facade. That the applicant will submit floor plans of the sidewalk and roadway seating and all obstructions to the community board office by March 27. And there'll be no use of any rear yard or any upper floor terrace by the applicant. You okay with all of that?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Do I hear a motion, please?
Motion to
Jesse as a hand.
Oh, Jesse, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. It's a very important question, which is simply, would you please keep the Commons open a little bit longer? It's best cheese sandwich in the area, and sometimes I want it after 2 p.m. Okay,
You
thank
can't
you.
use your hand for that.
That's a Sam question.
So that was an endorsement of their current space.
We just extended our hours to 3 p.m. at the Commons.
All right, thank you very much. Amazing. See, we make things happen on this committee.
There we go. So it's a new thing, and we've gotten some really good responses so far because that hour is important.
Thanks, guys. No, obviously big fans of Motel Morris and the Commons. Thank you for being such good neighbors.
And what kind of sandwich was that, Jesse?
Egg and cheese, it's so good. I recommend everyone.
Okay.
No, but to echo what Jesse says, it is nice to hear positive stuff from applicants who are already in the neighborhood. It really contributes to the trust factor a lot. So we appreciate the nice things people have to say about you.
Thank you. That means a lot.
Means a lot.
Okay, Inga?
Yeah, I just want to, since we're saying nice things, say one more nice thing. That block association just started on September. And thank you guys for joining it, because it's a good thing to be on your block association. So it's very new, but good for you. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay. Do I now hear a motion?
Motion.
Okay, we got a couple of people doing the motion, Inga and Christine, and seconding.
Second.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Opposed? Present not eligible, abstaining. Good luck, guys.
Thank you so much. See you all soon.
Okay. Moving a little south now, item number 10 on our agenda, 243 West 14th Street, Hospitality LLC, proposing hours of operation 4 to 2 a.m., 7 days a week. Frank, are you representing the applicant? You're muted, Frank.
I am, sir. Hello, everyone.
Hi, Frank. We're ready.
Are my guys in?
Yep, I'm here.
Accurate? Frank, I just wanted to mention one thing. It's not 12 to 2. It's 12 to 2 Sunday to Wednesday, 12 to 4 Thursday, Friday, Saturday. That's what the
Okay.
application states.
Okay, because I guess we misidentified it. We have it down here, 4 PM to 2 AM, 7 days a week. So.
Yeah, I
could
saw
you-
that.
Yeah, so we'll change that. Say that again, Frank, then?
I just said the hours of operation are 12 PM to 2 AM, Sunday to Wednesday.
It's 4 p.m. to 2
Oh, I'm
a.m.
sorry.
Sunday to
sorry.
Wednesday, and 4 p.m. to 4 a.m. Thursday to Saturday.
Yeah,
Thanks,
no,
Frank.
your STIP form is correct. It's just, there's just an error in they're transferring the hours to the agenda, I guess.
Okay. So we have, so you want to say something, Frank, about the?
Yeah, Zach, you want to introduce yourself?
Sure. Hi, I'm Zachary Zimmerman. I've been in the restaurant industry for 10 years now, working for other people at their concepts, and finally getting around to open up my own place. I love the area around 14th Street, and we're super excited to hopefully be a part of this community and open up a American Italian themed restaurant serving food late. And I'm happy to answer any questions that anyone has about the concept or any of the information we provided.
Okay. Zachary or Frank, the prior operator here, we had a STIP that said there wouldn't be any use of the rear yard. Do you have access to the rear yard, or?
There is a door that leads out to the rear yard, but we do not plan on having anything outside.
Okay, so would you agree to the same STIP that there'll be no use of the rear yard by patrons or staff?
Yes.
Okay.
Also, no use of the sidewalk or curb or anything like that.
Okay, very good. Inga?
Yeah, I just want to say that Zachary reached out to the community, and I saw a lot of emails going back and forth. He actually also took some advice and spoke to people in the building. I think maybe 8 people that live there, and he answered everyone's questions. So good job. Thank you.
Right, and they submitted a petition that, you know, that probably had a total of about 60 signatures, but it
Yes.
included, I think, 3 or 4 signatures from people, 4 from people actually in the building.
Yeah, and
Zach-
they were quick to respond to everyone's questions via email. So really a good job.
Zach, you want to address the petitions?
Sure. There were 4 people on the petition in the building. I actually was able to get in contact with the other residents in the building. It's only 5 apartments. It's 4 stories above us. And I was able to get in touch with, I believe, every resident that lives there, at least every apartment. I spoke to someone. I left my number and a note on the door. I received a phone call actually Tuesday night last week after we'd already submitted our application. And then I was able to speak with the roommates and residents in floors 2 and 3, and I added their names. That was the email that I sent over, including them. They're just not actually on the written
Yeah, I
petition
saw
because I hadn't spoken to them yet.
Okay, thanks. I see you want both live music and a DJ. The prior operator there had all of those and included karaoke as well, but they closed at midnight and 1. What do you have planned for live music, and would you be willing to limit it either to end by a certain time earlier than your closing hours, or limit, the number of performers or something like that?
So for live
music going till 4 a.m.
Sure. Our live music, we do not intend on having go late. That was always something we planned on being an earlier setting, during I don't want to give it an exact time range, but it was never planned to be a late thing. The DJ is also not going to be an everyday occurrence, and is also not something that, where it's a nightclub DJ. It's more so the ambient background music with someone there curating the songs and making sure that it's correct with the how the patron.
Without limiting you too much, can we say the live music will end no later than, say, midnight?
Sure, that's fine.
Okay, and you don't have to, obviously you don't have to keep it till then, but it'll just end by midnight.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, Christine.
I have an off-the-wall question. There is a picture. There is a picture on your application which shows retail space for lease, and there is a huge white structure
Elevator.
on the side.
ADA
Elevator.
lift.
Huh?
ADA lift.
Okay. You're going to do something about that? It just looks
But
real
it's
ugly.
for handicapped people, Christine.
I know.
Zach,
So
you want to
it's a
address
good
it?
It is something we have explored. Obviously the whole space is ADA compliant. And while we totally agree with you, Christine, that it is quite an eyesore, if there is a solution to removing that while still saying ADA compliant, maybe a lift that looks a little bit better, it is definitely something we are going to pursue, because we don't like the way it looks either, but we do need to stay, within ADA compliance and make sure that there's a way to get them down.
Coat of paint wouldn't hurt.
We will definitely do everything in our power to make sure it looks as good as it can. Or if there's a solution to where we can remove it and put in something that looks better, we will definitely do that.
Okay, thank you.
It wasn't such an off-the-wall question, Christine. You got a good answer? Good question, good answer.
That's good.
Any other committee member? Nellie? Anybody out there?
No, there's no one.
Okay, so we just have 2 additional steps. No use of the rear yard by patrons and staff, and
I'm
live
sorry.
music will cease no later than midnight nightly.
I'm sorry, someone just raised their hand.
Okay.
Kat? Oh. And then there's Kat, and then there's Dan.
We have 2 people. Okay.
Hey there.
Hi, Kat.
Hey, so I just wanted to say, as a longtime resident of the area, when I heard about Zach's idea for this restaurant, I was really excited about it. I love the idea of having something a little bit higher end on 14th Street, especially this block. In addition to living very close to here, I also work nearby. I work odd hours and late hours, and I'm always walking home pretty late at night, sometimes early hours of the morning, and prefer to take this route down 14th Street home. Feels a little safer and a little bit livelier to have more people there, but I would really love the idea of having a restaurant there that would be open late, that is a bit more elevated and higher end than what's currently there in the area. I think it would be a great addition to that block, and something that I know that I would frequent and be excited about. And then beyond that, just it'd be great to have somewhere to go that isn't Uber Eats or a diner or Taco Bell, past 10 p.m. around there. So, and I know I speak for other people who I've spoken to that also live around me. And I know that, Zach has gone to lengths to get petitions signed for this. So yeah, just wanted to say that I think it's a great idea as somebody who lives very close by.
Thanks for showing up and sticking with us for a couple hours to have something supportive to say. We appreciate hearing nice things about applicants.
Okay, Dan?
Yeah, I'd just like to second that. And by the way, thank all of you guys for the service you guys do, keeping our community safe and awesome. I got the chance to speak to Zach. I'm really excited about the idea for his bar and restaurant. I have started working longer hours since COVID and have been forced somewhat indoors. So it would be great to have a place, especially as other places around that area, around our area have closed, just to be able to go later in the evening to get a quick drink or a quick bite after working long hours.
Okay, thanks, Dan. Christine, you have your hand up?
No.
Okay. Do I hear a motion?
Motion to approve.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Present not eligible, abstaining. Good luck, Zach.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, committee. See you next month.
Okay, Frank. See you then.
Bye. Thank you.
Also in Chelsea, a little bit north, 244, 250, West 26th Street, Domino. All asking for hours of operation 5 p.m. to 2 a.m. Monday and Tuesday, 5 p.m. to 4 a.m. Wednesday through Sunday.
Hello, my name's Lee, and we have Danny, my partner, on here. We've both been involved in the entertainment and hospitality industry for quite some time. We've been looking for a space to really hone in and call our own for a while to launch one of our concepts. And we're excited to join your community. We understand what we're going to be doing there, and we hope you guys are accepting of us, and we welcome all questions.
Okay. I have one on page 4, one of the STIP form. You said that the 500-foot rule does not apply, but when I looked on the SLA, at least according to the SLA's website and this lamp feature, they have 4 full liquor licenses within 500 feet. Do you disagree with that?
We spoke with our attorneys, and they kind of guided us in that. And I believe they said that we are not in that stipulation. I can't speak to exactly why, but this is what we were kind of schooled on, if you will, on what to do.
Okay. Well, we can, we're obviously going to have a lot of community discussion, so we can circle back to that when we, when we see how the discussion goes. And just for the committee, again, I'm not going to summarize things, but we have, about 18 emails opposing this and about 8 in favor, which I'll summarize if people do not speak in person during the next session.
Okay. Lee, do you have anything more to say before I ask people from the committee? Comments?
We're looking to have a neighborhood establishment. We deal to I don't want to say just an affluent crowd, but we're looking to have a nice place where we can have live jazz music, live DJs, even comedy nights coming in. We are looking to extend those hours to 4 a.m. Not saying that we will every night, but the truth is we want to be able to. At the same time, we do plan on having security outside at all times of hours of operations. We are planning on being very much so a speakeasy, if you will. We're not looking to have people congregate outside. Our entrance is about 75 feet away from where you actually enter the room. We are a sub basement, so we're about 2 stories underneath. We do not have a backyard. We do know that there has been pushback from some people. We have addressed all their issues, including speaking to the local precinct and coming up with a traffic plan that would allow people, all of our customers, to pick up and drop off on 8th Ave. We would also potentially even barricade the street so nobody other than residents could come down. I know we did realize that there was an issue on the block, and people were kind of frustrated by some of the activities that were taking place on the block, as well as some of the other people did have, some of the residents did have some issues with their kids, not young kids, but their kids going to and from work at a later hour. I think that would clear up a lot of those issues. Again, we are here to really clean up and help out and do whatever we can to support the community. I have 2 young kids myself. I'm not looking to cause a stir in any way. We are looking to have our clientele have a safe, nice cozy environment where they could come and really enjoy, you know, the ambiance of what we have to offer. I do believe we are reservation only. We are going to be very strict to that. We do plan on having different times and seatings throughout the evening to kind of stagger the flow. Our CFO is 180 plus we're expecting about 15, potentially even 20 staff in the room at all times. We have no intentions of being even semi-related to what was there in the past. That's not our speed. That's not our vibe. That's not who we are. And we're looking to really work with you guys to see how we can fit in the neighborhood. We want to be there for a long time. And to be honest with you, I hope this is a place that I can hand the keys to my kids to take over one day.
Lee, what was there in the past?
I believe it was a place called Paddles. I'm not familiar with it other than reading about it and trying to dig up what I could on it. I have heard from the community they were not happy with it. We are in a full commercial building as well. And those businesses, I believe, close no later than 6 p.m. Don't quote me on that. I believe it's 6 p.m. And again, we do have our own entrance and our own exit. So the flow is very easy for us. And again, we don't have dancing. We're not planning on having a dance floor. We're all tables. We really want this to be like a cozy New York date spot.
Okay. Thank you. I see, Kerry, you have your hand up?
Yeah, this might be a little bit of a random question, but there's an animal hospital right above you. I see you have letters from other local businesses, but do you have a letter from them?
No, I don't foresee that being an issue though. We were kind of waiting to meet with you guys before we went gung-ho. I mean, I think they close before we really open. Our hours of operation barely overlap. And the truth is we have such separate entrances that it's not even like in the realm of us crossing paths with them. But that's a good question and a random question. No, we don't have a letter from them.
Yeah, I mean, I can't say I've yet to have this concern but previous to now, but I don't know if there are animals there overnight who, stay there, but I imagine that could be quite a disruption to them. Maybe you could investigate that.
Yeah, so we have, and we did ask certain questions from the few people that we did speak with. We don't have a letter from them, but we did speak with them, and the animals are located in a different area than over our place directly, as well as because we're in a sub basement, we're so far down. We're at the bottom level of this basement that is literally the bottom structure of this building. It was a dugout basement. As well as we've also consulted and hired one of the top soundproofing companies out of New York. They're a world-renowned soundproofing company called Make Believe Audio Visual. And they've already came to the space. They've inspected it. They've fully understood that, we don't want our sound leaving. And, they have no concerns or issues with making that happen. As specifically with just the positioning of our room, we are going for a live jazz band, DJ, comedy, stand-up kind of mix. It's not going to be one set program, and we don't foresee it being an issue to the animals.
And do you have a copy of that sound report included in the application?
I believe we submitted a letter in terms of a sound report. We don't have one. The space isn't built. It's very raw. And it's in very poor condition.
So I'm a little confused. So you have a sound report, but you don't have, the space is not finished. So tell me what you mean by that.
No, we don't have a report. We have a letter from them saying that they have been signed on. I believe you guys even have the letter in our application.
So it's just a letter of that they're going to work for you in the future.
Yeah, because we in terms of doing a sound report right now, there's no there's nothing there. There's no sound, there's nothing there. If we have to go and get one, we have no problem doing that too.
Carrie, would you want a letter from the animal hospital?
I think that would be helpful. Yeah. Again, it's not something that we've encountered or I've encountered yet as a potential issue, but I think that seeing as how you went out of your way to get a lot of letters from other businesses on the block, I think that that would be relevant.
Okay, so if you get a letter from the animal people, we would like that letter, I think, what was the date? March 27th? So we could have it by the full board. Okay?
Okay.
Christine and then Ted.
And again, the letter should just tell, you know, we want the animal hospital to tell us what their position is on your application.
Okay.
Christine, Ted.
Yeah, so I have a question, clarification. I'm looking at your map, the floor plan, which is very confusing. I mean, obviously not your fault, but I guess there are multiple levels. So it's very confusing. There is right in the middle something which says 5-9, room for stage. Is that a real stage? What's your plan? How are you going to use that?
So it's about, I believe, don't quote me on this, it's about, I believe, an 8x12 stage that's going to actually house a performer or a DJ or a band. It's not a full-blown big stage. We aren't putting on a concert here, but we want them to be raised because the people that are in the tables are seated, so we want them to be a little elevated so there's a line of sight for the whole room. Okay.
And so, and the other thing is that in the area in the middle of your is a large empty area. What's the plan with this area? Why is it?
It's not very sorry. Yeah. It's not a very large space. And we would welcome you to come see it. We have met with a few of the people in the community down there. The space itself just isn't big. So although it looks big on the plan, it's really not. If we weren't able to fit more seating, just the way the room was. There was just no more space to put more seating because it capped us out of our CFO. So, you know, that was the empty space we had, and it was where the bar is. So it just made sense to leave that open.
So you can read between the line of my questioning is like, if you have like open space, etc., whether it would become a club and people would come and club and dancing there because there is this fairly large space. That's what happened at One Hoke some many years ago, and we learned from that.
Well, we are not One Oak, and we're not intending to be. And if we were, we wouldn't be taking this space. Right. Our space is significantly smaller. It's not really what our concept or theme is here. It's not really what we're going for. We're going for a reservation-only sit-down concept with live entertainment. It's like I said, we're looking to have a date spot. We want you to melt into our space.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Hey, I just have a few questions. Based on my experience with sound reports, typically you do it before the construction's done so they can tell you how to properly soundproof this space. So, that's typically something that they do so we can find out if you're going to get a reading in the, animal shelter or whatnot. So I just wanted to bring that point up. And I also wanted to ask you, you said it was a sub-level basement. So is there a basement above yours between yours and the pet shop? Or is there just one basement?
Both informative and a good question. One, we have no issues ordering a sound report. Two, it's 2 sets of stairs that kind of spiral down, and it's 2 levels. So the ceilings are decently high, but it is a sub-basement. The floor is sub-basement.
So you have 2 floors, correct?
Correct.
And then the first floor before the basement will be seating area, or is it open space and then seating?
No, it's broken down so weird the way this is built. It's almost like they took the extra space in the building and just carved out whatever they could for rent. And we're going in there and we're kind of repositioning the room, but there is a little mezzanine that's upstairs. So we have, I am having trouble even explaining it to you because you go down these stairs, we're 75 feet from the entrance to the street. So we're not actually 75 feet in. We're probably about 40 feet in and then about 25, 30 feet down that like it curves around this weird stairwell that goes all the way down. And we are 2 stories below the street level, but we have both stories and most of the room is open.
Okay, and then you have the outdoor seating on the rooftop. There's no seating, it's just standing.
It's not a rooftop, no outdoors, just a mezzanine. It's inside the room. And it actually is over our neighbor's space. So the other space that's rented in the sub basement, we're over theirs. It's just the way it was built.
Okay. I'm good.
Did that answer it? Okay.
I just have one question. There's a inconsistency on your application. You say you have no stand-up bars.
No stand-up bars.
Right, you say you have no stand-up bars, but you have 20 seats at a stand-up bar.
Well, we have seats at the bar. It's not a standing bar. It's an actual seated space. So it's not a standing bar. We're not.
So stand-up and service bars are terms of art with the State Liquor Authority. A service bar is a bar where only drinks are made, but customers cannot be served. A stand-up bar, whether you're standing or sitting, is a bar where customers are actually served. So it sounds like you have one stand-up bar.
We do. I guess the terminology got confused.
So we should put on the application, you have one stand-up bar.
Correct. As well as we are going to be
20
running,
seats.
Yes. We are going to be running a fully electric kitchen. We're going to be doing some beautiful little plates, lots of salads, sandwiches, some great flatbreads. Our menu is quite nice. We're really looking to attract, like I said, the date crowd that wants to come and grab a bite and some drinks and listen to some just good music.
Okay. Anybody else from the committee? Comments, questions? Okay, Nellie?
We have 4 people from the community. First, we have 5. First, we have Tom, Susan, and Anne.
Tom, Susan, and Ann. Tom, do you want to go first? And Susan, then Ann.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I'll start. The group behind this proposal, the Gilded Group, managed the bar, restaurant, and entertainment for Selena Hotels in Manhattan. Their posters and ads described them as a dance club, nightclub, comedy club, cabaret, which is the Selena brand. This does not seem like a restaurant with live jazz. Also, in reading the reviews of customers of the Selena Hotel in Chelsea, a recurring complaint of guests is sleepless nights due to the noise from the dance parties / raves, which the hotel nightclub hosts. A 180-seat nightclub open until 4 a.m. on 26th Street will cause multiple problems for our block, including traffic, noise, violence, and trash. Also, other and existing venues will want to have live music and extended hours. CB5 has set a precedent of no hours past 2 a.m. and no live music. I hope that CB4 will continue this precedent. Also, on their application, they answered yes to the question, obtained an acoustic report from a certified sound engineer. Is there a report? The application makes reference to make-believe audiovisual who say they will conduct soundproofing.
Tom, sorry to interrupt you, but
Yes,
we just
I'm wrapping it up.
There isn't an acoustic report, but they have offered to get one.
Yes. Should I continue?
Yeah, you just don't have to continue about the acoustic report.
Okay. Make-believe audio visual services website states under sound services, provide sound systems, PA systems, digital audio.
Wait, that's about, we said we don't have to continue.
I'm addressing
with the report.
soundproofing. I'm addressing
No,
sound.
but they are not the people doing the acoustic report. They will hire someone else.
Yes, I know, but I was addressing soundproofing, which they say they're going to do. They don't have any soundproofing listed on their website. I guess I'll leave it at that.
Okay, thank you.
And Tom, do you live on 26th Street?
I do.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
So
Hi, my name is Susan Buttenwieser. I also live on 26th Street. I'm opposed to this applicant and I urge you to vote no. This is a quiet block and between 7th and 8th, and a nightclub would be completely out of place. Live music, DJs, crowds would be completely out of place. The animal hospital does have, I also have dogs. The animal hospital does have pets overnight. And make believe, I think what Tom was trying to say was they are not a sound engineers, they're a sound design firm. They don't do soundproofing. So I think we feel this, these owners don't really even know what they're doing. And their last, like Tom said, their places that they're already running are huge noise issues. So again, I urge you to deny this applicant. Thank you so much.
thank you, Susan. And the third person, Nellie?
The third person was
Anna.
Anna, sorry. Thank you.
Yeah, it's Anna. Hi, I also live on 26th Street. Can you hear me well?
Yes, we do.
Okay, you care about the dogs a lot, but the people that live on 26th Street also have a lot of issues with this particular proposal. I have a big problem with how they plan to have 140 people times 3 seatings on the daily basis from 5 p.m. to 4 a.m., 5 days a week. I go to work very early. I have 2 kids that go to school. I cannot believe that there is going to be some sort of order of all these people trying to call their cars and this asinine idea of barricading the street. My daughter comes home and she takes an Uber. And if the Uber isn't able to drop her off in front of my building because of the barricade that this establishment has set up, I have a massive problem with that. And also, they haven't really described to us, although we have asked them specifically, how they plan to get these people that are 140 in capacity times at least 2 times reservations per night in and out orderly. So the Ubers and the cars with a street that only has 1 lane will happen without causing a major noise disruption. And it's no one can explain this, and they don't really know how that's going to happen because they're not going to do anything about it. There's nothing they can do. And the barricade idea is just not acceptable at all. The other thing I have a problem with is that they seem to have an explanation for that this is a reservation only spot. But so a reservation only, when you leave your establishment, you have to still walk to wherever your car will be. So how will they be controlling the flow? So not all these people will be leaving at the same time. And even without getting a car or an Uber, there's just too many people on one small street that doesn't have anything like this late at night. So they haven't addressed that.
Thank you, Anna. There were two more people you said, Nellie?
No, we have quite a few more. Next,
Oh.
we have Frank, Beth, and Andrea.
Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Frank Maresca, and I live on 26th Street, and I've lived on 26th Street for 30 years. I also operate a business and have operated a business in Chelsea for the last 30 years. Basically, I hate reading anything, but for purposes of expediency, I'd like to read a letter that I wrote to Mrs. Gonzalez about a week ago or so. This after hours club, to cut to the chase, is in the business of losing control. The letter. I'm writing to voice my deep concern to this proposed nightclub to be located at 250 West 26th Street. I own an apartment in 233 West 26th Street Co-op, a building that I spent 18 years on the board of. I once owned a property at 236 West 26th Street. In years past, as you probably know, there was an after-hours club by the name of Paddles, located at the address where the new club is being proposed. Paddles was a reasonably small establishment, but still, police were called on a regular basis due to patron altercations outside of the club. The proposed new club will be far larger in every way. It will cater to a younger audience. The capacity will be approximately 200 people. It will remain open all night, or at least until 4 a.m. When Paddles occupied the space, their hours were approximately the same, and the unruly, often violent behavior generally took place on the street in the early morning hours. I strongly recommend that the license for this new club not be granted. Below, I'm listing the reasons why. The FIT State University is literally around the corner, including 3 dormitory buildings. The school has always catered to a high percentage of young women from all parts of the world, the average age being 17 to 18 years old. Directly across the street from 250 West 26th Street is a brand new cannabis dispensary, hard to say. It's hard for me to believe that the owners of this store did not possess advanced knowledge of the potential after-hours club. This store would have the same hours and clearly the same patrons would go back and forth across the street. This, with the added factor of the alcohol served at the club, will result in a high number of intoxicated people congregated on a mostly residential street. The potential for violence and noise can't be overstated. This club and the cannabis dispensary, I can't pronounce that word, would really be one and the same. Countless people in the neighborhood have worked their entire lives to carve out what for most of them is their most valuable asset, ownership of their homes. Many of these people are nearing retirement. And at one point in their lives, they'll be thinking about selling the asset selling this asset for money that they will need to support themselves moving forward. An after-hours club on this doorstep will for sure make the properties on 26th Street considerably less attractive and valuable. I don't understand why a new entity leasing a space with all of the above negatives should be approved when the result will surely be detrimental to the lives and the financial welfare of people that have been the longtime residents of the neighborhood. Many, as myself, for over 30 years. It just doesn't make sense for one entity to prosper while the rest of the neighborhood loses. The imbalance of this situation is hard for me to grasp. In addition to all of this, 26th Street has been reduced to a very narrow single lane with parking spaces on both sides and a bicycle lane on the south side of the street. You can only imagine the level of noise and the constant traffic jam it will create. I hope that you will take these points under consideration and deny 250 West 26th Street license to operate their after-hours club. Thank you.
Frank, Frank, do you know if Paddles had a liquor license?
I do not.
How long were they there, roughly?
They were roughly there of, 3 or 4 years. To be frank, it was a sex club. It was an S&M club. And I think most of what happened inside was obviously of a private nature.
So they probably couldn't have a liquor license. Okay, thanks.
Probably not a legal
Yeah.
liquor license.
All right, thanks. And just one terminology issue. After hours club sort of means a place that is open later than the liquor laws allow places to be open. So an after hours club is usually one that is open after 4 a.m. I think what you really mean here is a late hours place, but it's not technically after hours.
Exactly. Thanks for that clarification.
And we still have, I think, about a half a dozen people want to speak. So I urge people to try to keep their comments as succinct as possible, given that we've heard, a number of concerns already.
And emphasize if you want to say something new that we haven't already heard. Okay, and the next, Nellie?
Next is Beth and then Andrea.
Hi there, good evening. My name is Beth Sagal. I also live on 26th Street. I've lived here for 17 years and I'm raising my children here on West 26th Street. And am very strongly opposed to this late night club opening at 250 West 26th Street. My concerns are focused on the quality of life decreasing on the street, particularly the noise levels that stem from a club at 4 o'clock in the morning with people congregating outside. In addition to the Paddles Club that we had across the street, there was previously a club called The City in the 250 building as well, where we had people congregating and there was violence that caused that to then be shut down. And so we don't want to encounter that again. We also already, as Frank had mentioned, with a reduction to a 1 lane of traffic, have cars honking on West 26th Street, particularly on weekends as traffic backs up. And I can only imagine how much worse that would become and how this club across the street would exacerbate that already noisy issue. Additionally, I'm concerned about the safety. As Frank mentioned, FIT is around the corner. There are 9,000 students that attend FIT just here on 27th Street. 2,300 of them live in the dorms. So that's 2,300 majority women, young women, living in the dorms, and potentially safety issues, not only for them, but also for my family. And I have concerns about that. If you walk on our street, sometimes even by the Chelsea TV studios, you'll see people who are now engaging in drug and marijuana use openly on those stairs without anybody to interrupt that. And we now have not 1, but 3 CBD dispensaries within a 1-block radius of where that new club will be. There's one on 8th Avenue, there's one directly across the street on 26th, and there's one right at the corner of 26th Street at 7th Avenue.
Okay. Beth, I think we're getting into territory where we've heard these points already. Do you have anything else new?
Yeah, so I haven't heard anything from the owners, and this would be a question I would encourage you to pursue on the issues that they may have faced in terms of feedback from their existing businesses and how they would put things into place to correct for that so we wouldn't encounter that.
Okay,
on Oak Street.
thank you.
Thank you.
Nellie, who's next?
Andrea, and then we have Christina and Linda.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Andrea Ackerman. I've lived on 26th Street for 24 years. I'll be brief. I want to say that I agree with pretty much everything that has been said, opposing this application. But I also want to emphasize that I'm skeptical of this applicant following any stipulations because of this submission of make-believe as a letter of intent to, which has no credibility whatsoever in terms of any sincerity in mitigating sound. It's a sound equipment supply company and you know, and some lighting, and that's it. Nothing to do with soundproofing whatsoever.
We've asked for a sound report.
Yeah, from you know, it
competent-
concerns me that
competent-
there's a lack of consistency about legitimate sound reports from
We're asking for a
qualified
legitimate
independent
sound report from legitimate people who know their business.
My understanding
Make
is
believe.
there's a list, the city
Yes,
has a
you're correct.
list of approved, and it should be one of those.
You're correct. That's what we asked for. Thank you.
Okay. That's it. I'm done.
Thank you. And next, Nellie was
Christina.
Hi, I try to keep it brief. I guess I agree with all the comments that have been mentioned before me, but I would add, you know, I guess in meeting with some of the people in the community, they had mentioned they would like to coordinate the opening with Fashion Week and have some celebrity endorsements. I guess to me, that means, you know, this is an establishment that isn't going to be quiet. It isn't going to be a date spot. That they're, you know, trying to make this kind of flashy and Instagram worthy, which attracts more people, more crowds. You know, and then there's suggestion to, you know, having people dropped off on the avenues presents other problems, one of which you're just going to have all these drunk people stumbling out of, you know, this club late night trying to find their way to the avenues, most likely creates more congregation on the street and more noise. I'll keep it there.
Thank you.
Linda.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Linda.
Okay, hi, I'm again keeping it short. The hours, this is a residential, primarily residential block. You have children, school children, you have babies, you have people with day jobs. These hours are just not going to work. You have hundreds of people on 26th Street at 4 o'clock in the morning. Is that what they want? Our concern is not so much the noise from the club. They are below ground, but we are very concerned about the amount of noise on the street. And we are begging you to not approve this permit at all. But if you do approve it, the hours cannot be until 4 a.m. It has to be hours that are acceptable to the block, because this will completely, there will be noise on the street. There will be vehicles on the street. There will be traffic because we're a one-lane road, as someone has already said, which means that cars will basically not be able to move and there will be honking. And the residents are seriously don't want this, and we're seriously freaked out about it. And we're all good New Yorkers. We pay our taxes and we vote, and we don't want this club. Thank you.
Next, we have Ross.
Hello. I agree with everything that's been stated so far. I live in 233 West 26, directly across the street. I'm also on the first floor. The only window to our apartment faces this potential club. We already have issues with people walking by late at night and throwing trash, making noise. We can very, very clearly hear anything on the street outside of our apartment. And then the one thing that wasn't mentioned, while the logistics make absolutely no sense, I think it was mentioned it's a one-lane street because there's a bike lane inside on the curb. I mean, the logistics purely do not make sense in how pickups and drop-offs will work. Barricades would be unacceptable, especially at off hours. But what wasn't mentioned is the reason that we have that inside bike lane is in 2017, there was actually a cyclist death in front of that club. The memorial bike is actually chained to a post directly in front of the entrance. So there's already a precedent for terrible things happening there, dating way back and recently. So I would encourage you to consider what this would do to the community and the risk that you potentially put the patrons in crossing a bike lane and into traffic where there's no view. It really, really is just logistically makes absolutely no sense.
Thank you, Russ.
There's another person, Rakesh, but has to say yes to be moved over as a panelist and is not, so I can't move him over. And then Anna wants to speak again.
No, I think we let people speak longer than we said, so.
And Rakesh moved over.
But I think we should only hear from people once.
Okay, Rakesh?
Great, thank you for the time. Look, I'm a resident also on 26th Street, been here for north on 15 years. And a lot of my friends on the block have made some really good points. I would just ask, first of all, the committee, when the hours came up, I was a little bit surprised, honestly, that no one questioned the 4 a.m. I would seriously ask you to please reconsider, like you did in the other situations where we waited for a couple of hours, to reduce the hours around this. And what I will definitely tell you is we strongly oppose this. In terms of traffic, one thing you should be aware is that 26th Street is a feeder from the West Side Highway. So we get traffic all day long. And I know that the applicants mentioned that the commercial businesses close by 6 o'clock. So we have traffic till 6 coming in from the West Side Highway continuously. That's honking all the time. And now we're going to have this in the evening. So I seriously would ask the committee to think about all the quality of life issues that we have raised. Thank you again.
Okay. Nellie, it looks like there's one more new person, Andrew Gold.
Yes. Andrew put their hand down.
Okay. All right. So just to summarize for the committee, and we probably have 10 additional written submissions opposing this from other people, including one from our fellow board member, the other Tina D. Felici Antonio, basically making the points that we've heard. There are also about 6 emails in support, including 2 from people who live on this block. People who live on the block say they're sick of the vacant businesses and the chains moving in, the chain businesses moving in. Nightlife's the heart of the city and what keeps New York alive and interesting. Let's bounce back from COVID. Another person says the business will help clean up the sidewalks and cut back on loitering and makes the street feel less dangerous and run down.
Okay.
Do we want to hear from the applicant to respond to some of the?
I would like to hear from the applicant for a short amount of time.
So I'll be fairly straight to the point. I'm a native New Yorker, born and raised. I was born in Lenox Hill Hospital. My kids are born in Lenox Hill Hospital. I had a showroom on 26th and 6th. I have currently a showroom on 38th and 10th. It is in the fashion world. We do sales for high-end brands. That's why we expected to open during Fashion Week. At the end of the day, we're not here to cause problems, and we're not a club. We're not trying to be a club. I have little kids. I'm not trying to be at a club. At the end of the day, our hours of operation are really just to be able to bring in extra revenue. We're able to really create a beautiful space in New York that's going to cater to an amazing crowd. Our clientele is not ruckus. It's not even closely related or resembled to what was there in the past. We're looking to bring in like-minded individuals such as you guys on this call, us. We welcome people to come. We're really looking for, we want to better the block. At the end of the day, we spent a significant amount of time with the precinct and the local police coming up with this plan to stop cars from going down this street after 10 p.m. Literally after 10 p.m. and only residents will be allowed in. And the reason we did this was it will actually make the block quieter. At the same time, you're going to have an armed policeman on the end of your block, basically overseeing everything that happens. So at the end of the day, we're actually alleviated by the fact that we aren't going to have riffraff coming from outside to come visit our space. We're trying our best to keep it as underground and as speakeasy as we can, to the point where we don't want people loitering or congregating. Our people are coming for the ambiance and they're leaving. No one's hanging out there. Yeah. We're not Paddles. We're not that other venue that was there before. None of those venues had liquor licenses. We're coming in doing everything above board. We are not the Selena Group. We operate and manage a part of some of the food and beverage that they have, but we also have several other very well renowned establishments not too far from Chelsea. So, you know, we don't want to be judged by the comments and everything that was out there. I understand that things happen. That is not the location, nor the space, nor the type of place we're looking to create here. We are looking for a seated venue that people could come and, I'll say it again, melt into what New York used to be.
Okay. Lee, I'm a little confused about the street closing, and maybe Christine can help me out on this. Was this done by the block? Was this done just by you? I mean, I don't understand.
So when we sent out our emails, we got a pushback from some of the people that we spoke to here today. Then we addressed all of their concerns immediately. And we actually went to the local precinct and asked them what would be the best plan to be able to alleviate any issues, because it is a one-lane street. And how could we alleviate some of the residents' concerns? And immediately they said, we would close the block and not let anyone other than a resident down the block.
That seems a little heavy-handed.
How does that happen?
Yeah.
How is that implemented?
So,
I mean,
let me ask a question.
Go ahead.
Who is paying for it? Who is paying for the guy at the entrance of the block?
Yeah.
We're a little skeptical of this. It should be part of your application.
It's very expensive to have one guy, one police person. When they say we, are they going to do that graciously for you?
I believe it's part of a city plan to make sure that they keep everything, in order for residents that have concerns. However,
there's no such city. I'm sorry.
It's not. I can tell you it's not. I'm very familiar with that.
Not only would we be willing to take care of any expenses that are relating to that, we're also planning on having security outside of our venue at all times, any hour of our operation.
But that's two different things.
It's
your
completely
security
different.
Is one thing, Lee.
It's
we're talking
completely
about
different.
a public street with limited access to be determined by a police officer.
Every day?
The city of New York. And I'm driving, he has to stop every car, she has to stop every car. Can I see your license? Do you live on this block? You don't? Keep going. north or south on 7th Avenue. I mean, I
This-
don't quite get
So
this.
this was an option that we explored because of the concerns about the street. This isn't something that we said we're coming in and we're not making any demands at all. We're trying to
Wait,
figure
wait,
out.
okay, so this is an option you're saying you're. 'Cause,
We're-
okay,
we're
I
trying to
had
figure out-
I had a sense that this was going to be implemented, that you would agree to with the precinct, and that you were going forward on it. Okay. so
Absolutely not. This was a
it's just
solution.
possibility out there.
This was
Okay.
a solution. We're very solution oriented. So we tried to come up with a solution to the concerns that were being thrown at us. And this was one given to us by the city. This was not something that we actually came and said, this is what we want to do. This is how we're doing it. We have no demands here. We're trying to make it work for everyone.
I hear what you're saying, but I've never heard any kind of precedent for this.
Well, I did, but they would typically do that. They did that on, Chelsea, when the clubs were so out of control that they closed.
That was something, yeah.
Yeah, they closed 27th Street and 23rd Street because that was the only way to control it. But I have never heard them volunteer that in advance of the issue, as well as I would suspect that they would let your people go through and come to the club. So it's very confusing to me.
Yeah,
Is that the
we have
10th
like,
precinct?
there are 4 other people,
Yeah.
3 other committee members. I'd like to hear from them.
Lee,
Inga,
was that
and
the
Carrie.
10th precinct? I would just like to know.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. That's really great to know that that's what they're spending their time on.
Inga, Tina, and then Carrie, you still want to talk? Okay.
Yeah, I'm just floored with the street closure because that affects the entire neighborhood of Chelsea. You can't just close off streets because people want a quiet street. I mean, maybe they can close our street too. I don't even know where that comes from, Christine. I see your smile. You know it's happened here before, and that's insane.
Right.
There's so much opposition to this, and now closing the street, I'm now opposing it. So.
Okay, Tina?
Yeah, after listening to the people speak, I'm very uncomfortable. This is a side street. And at the very least, I think we have to impose the same restrictions that we do on other side streets, if not more. So I would not be welcoming a closure after 12 midnight, particularly Sunday through Thursday. And there's definitely a need for a sound report. I don't even understand how we can go forward without one, given what I've heard. But those are my 2 issues.
Carrie?
Tina took the words out of my mouth. I could not support this without a sound report, as well as the hours being reduced dramatically. And I mean, I have to say that when you say that there will be an armed police officer posted at the end of the block to handle a date night crowd, it just, nothing meshes in my mind. I'm sorry. It's like,
It wasn't.
I also think it's important that we mention that the Block Association also wrote a letter in opposition. So, I mean, based on all of the community and the response, I would not be able to support this.
Okay. Christine, you have your hand up?
Yeah, so same thing in view of what we heard. I think the traffic issue is a serious one and would be really a difficult one to resolve. And then the second one is that we heard from some of the residents that there is the operators as other places where the noise and the behavior are an issue. And I would want to know the details of that before going further. So at this point, I would be in opposition to the application.
Okay, Michael and then Jesse.
Yeah, thanks, Bert. I spent a lot of time on that particular block right there where you proposed to operate. My dog, I took my dog to the vet next door, and they do indeed have dogs stay overnight there. It's a congested street all day long. And if there is indeed a possibility that there's going to be a barricade, I couldn't go along with that. It's a tough block to get to negotiate, even all day long. It's just a tough block. I wish Brad Hoylman were here because his office is right there on the corner. I wonder what he'd have to say. Anyway, so that's my 2 cents.
Thank you, Mike, for your 2 cents. Jesse?
I just want to make sure we're all also, not just completely distracted by the barricade issue, and it is an issue, but we also have to think through let's say there was no barricade, why else this poses a problem? And at the end of the day, it's 180 person capacity space on a side street. The other places that we've reviewed and talked about and negotiated hours and security, I mean, they are half to a third of the size. In the time that you've been speaking, I was trying to look up Paddles, and I think it actually was a legal establishment, and it looked like it was significantly smaller in and of itself. And so, you can say that this is what New York used to be, but I'm not even sure that that's true for this block. And it just seems out of place, unfortunately. Obviously, if you were willing to talk about cutting capacity and other restrictions, I might be open to that, but I imagine that is your business model requires 180 people and as packed as you can get it. And so I don't want to, I just imagine that that's a non-starter for you. Thanks.
Anybody else from the committee?
Well, let's go at this way. Is there anyone on the committee who's supportive of this with the applicant's requested hours? Okay, there appears to be no one. So I guess I'll go back to the applicant. I'm not sure you're going to get support for this period, but it will clearly be a recommended denial with these kind of closing hours. Do you have flexibility on the hours?
Honestly, we're Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, we have the hours open. We were thinking of doing more of a happy hour style during those times, and then kind of open the doors up as it gets later into the week. So, could we do something maybe on the earlier side for the Sunday, Monday, Tuesday times? Yes. I think on the other times, really, like we're really trying to make sure that we have availability to be able to serve. And who knows, we might not be open till 4 a.m. every night. That's not like really.
No, we need to, we can only go on a commitment from you about when you'll close. We understand you may not stay open, but
yeah,
it does not provide any reassurance to the community to say, you want a 4 a.m. license, but you may not be open that late. So
we need a specific time.
So I gather you're saying Thursday, Friday, Saturday, you need to be open till 4?
We would like to, yes. That would be ideal.
And how about the other nights?
On the other nights, we would like at least 2.
Okay. Does that make this more palatable to anyone on the committee?
Not for me.
Okay.
And again, the street closure was just a solution to the pushback.
As Jesse has pointed out, that's one factor here. I mean, traffic's always a factor, but a lot of what you heard from the community was the hours, the size of the business, the nature of the block. So that is, but one factor here.
Fair enough. We also do have a decent amount of supporters as well, and we're not looking to enter into a fight or an argument. We really want to come in and be welcomed. So, I mean, I don't know how else to do that. I mean, it seems like there's kind of a stigma around that space, and it's all being pointed at us. The truth is we're not opening a nightclub. We're opening up an establishment, a respectable establishment with respectable people that are becoming. And I don't know how
think it's.
I don't think there's a stigma, excuse me,
people.
wait, Frank,
It's
excuse me.
hours.
I don't think it is stigma attached to the location. That's not what people are referring to.
Okay.
They're referring to the hours and the capacity, what you're presenting to us now, not who was there before.
Okay.
It's irrelevant.
Okay.
People are reacting to what you're applying.
Okay. Well,
may I raise, it seems to me that if you were going in the direction of midnight and 2 o'clock and reducing the capacity and providing a very serious sound report, if you were doing all those things, people would be more inclined to, to vote in favor. But it would require all of those things. And then this whole issue of traffic, I think if you're going to have limos dropping people off, I'm talking about the, you look like you say no, but if people are coming for the, fashion week, you're going to have limos dropping people off, and that's going to block the street. And that clearly should be a concern. If I live myself in a street which was wider and is now narrower, and the honking, and as soon as somebody drops somebody off, a taxi or anything, everybody honks. So it's a reality. It's not you. It's a reality that has to be taken in account. That's all I'm saying.
And
So
Lee, we're solutions oriented too, but if
Right.
it doesn't seem like you're
So these
willing
are-
to move,
these are
we want
all-
to come up, but yeah.
these are all the pieces that you have to put together. If you were going to table your application and work on all those things and come back, maybe we could have an outcome which is more positive.
Okay,
That's
Lee, so
my
Lee,
view.
there seem to be three choices here, and the choice is yours. We could vote on your present application, which, from everything we've just seen, it looks like that would be a unanimous recommendation of denial. You could, agree to a bunch of modifications, as Christine and Jesse have suggested. Or if you don't want to do that on the spot, you could, postpone a month. We won't vote. And you can decide if you can come up with a proposal along the lines Christine talked about. And if you can, come back next month. And if you can't, just tell us you're withdrawing. But
Okay. Well,
how do you want to do this?
Well, I'd like to ask you right off the bat, we did wait 3 hours, and I appreciate you guys for being on here this long too, to get to this point. And I would love to hear some of your ideas of what those changes would be now in terms of.
Well, I think Christine summarized them. We need an acoustic report that shows this isn't going to bother anybody, and that you agree to implement it.
Yep.
We'd be looking for significantly shorter hours. And again, this isn't unique to you. The last side street place you saw, we ended up with, 2 a.m. at midnight. It sounded like Christine wanted a reduced capacity, or Christine or Jesse.
Yeah, I want that.
There's no magic formula, but it's too big and too late night a place for this location, in the eyes of the community and in the eyes of, sounds like, people on this committee. So
I would love to even potentially propose something where we can ease into it. And prove to you guys that we're here to stay. We're not here to
yeah, we're open to that. As you probably heard Jesse say, that happened in just another location in Chelsea. A place opened, with quite limited hours, I think closing at midnight. They operated for a year. They came back with, community support for later hours, and we agreed to that. That's possible. There's never any guarantee. You've heard a significant number of residents of this block loud and clear that, they think this is the wrong kind of operation for their block. So, there's no guarantee you would sway them, no matter how good an operator you are, but you know, we're always willing to listen.
Well, I appreciate that. And just so you know, our occupancy is 180, but the reality of it is we're going to have about 20 or 30 staff. So, you know, we have it down as 15, but you know, that might grow, and it's all got to grow within that number.
Okay.
I understand what you're saying. Believe me, I get it. In terms of hours being limited, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, even Wednesday, we're amendable. You know, I think we're really looking for the 4 a.m. on at least Thursday, Friday, Saturday. It seems like on this round, whatever we say here, we're not really going to have any standing, you know, because I guess the solution by bringing in the barricades was probably, I guess, taken the wrong way. The number of people coming and going is going to be taken the wrong way. The previous establishments that have been there that I guess have caused some sort of PTSD, if you will, it has caused issues with the tenants and the residents of the area, as well as, I mean, they read their letters about it. Additionally, I don't see where there's an ability to make this work, and we want to. So if you can propose some stuff to us, please.
We have proposed, and you again reiterated 4 a.m.
So you guys are just opposed to 4 a.m. period.
In this location, with sort of an untested operator in this location and on this block, I think that seems to be the consensus of the committee.
Like, that's exactly the kind of thing we would want the track record for. Like, that's, you know, where you would have to, why you would have to prove yourselves to get those hours, you know, but without any record, that's just, it would just be irresponsible for us to vote that way.
Okay.
So back to you, Lee. Do you want us to vote on, you know, your application, or you want to think about it for a month?
No, I think we should think about it and let us get the sound test. Let us sit down and discuss this, not even just with me and my partners, but also even the landlord, as well as speak to the vet. I definitely want to make sure we speak with the vet and see what we can come up with, and come back to you guys with, I guess, another proposal. I don't want to call it a plea, but a proposal, and figure out how we can make something work.
Yeah.
And I also encourage you to
talk to the community members too. But
meet with the community. Everyone who appeared tonight, you should reach out to and
We invited them into the space. My partner actually met with a few of them.
No. We are saying you going to them, not them coming to you.
Yeah, no problem. By all means, we're an open book. We would love to sit down.
Well, we'd like to hear the results of that.
We've got one more. We've got one more application.
One more big one.
Yeah, but one thing I want to caution you on, you know, we don't want you to spend money unnecessarily. And I think it is going to be very hard to convince this committee, you know, to go with a 4 a.m. closing on any night of the week. So if you're counting, you should not, you know, expend any more time or resources if that's your ultimate goal, because I just think structurally that's not going to sell for this location, you know, as a starting point.
Okay.
So I just don't want you to sort of feel you're misled if you come back with a good sound report, but still want to be open till 4 a.m.
Okay.
Much appreciated. Thank you, guys. Thank you for your time.
Okay. Our last item on the agenda, because the last item has been postponed. That's number 13. So our last item is
Bert, before we get to the last item, I just wanted to explain to the committee what happened with item 13. This is a very large new rooftop space on the roof of the Film Center building, which is that Art Deco building on 9th Avenue on the east side of the street between 44 and 45. The building spans the whole block, as does the roof. The roof not only hasn't been licensed, it's not built out at all. A bunch of us did a site visit, Christine, Inga, me, Jesse Bodine, representatives of the block associations. We spent about an hour up there. It's an experienced operator. but it is a massive undertaking. They're going to have to refit the elevators to bring them up an additional floor. There's a huge amount of industrial equipment that's going to have to be removed. They think it's probably a year and a half of work before they can open. So what happened was, after hearing, and it's a big capacity, they wanted 50 people inside and then 200 outside. So after hearing from everybody, they wanted to sort of go back to the drawing board a little and think it through. And they said it'll probably be 2 months before they come back, which will be in May. But it seems to be a serious project, but it's also a very major undertaking. And I guess if they do come back, we'll probably try to arrange another site visit. For those of you who want to go up there can see it.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay,
Any questions about that, or should we move on?
let's move on.
Okay.
Okay, it's 9:30. Item 12, 627 11th Avenue.
Hi, Vivian Tozaki on behalf of Tri Alpha DBA Magnitude. So we are back. This is our second time here. We're making a good faith attempt again to comply with your request. So we've significantly amended our stipulation. We've changed the capacity. I mean, it's still the former Lexus dealership. We can't change the size of the building, but we can change the number of people we'll allow in. We've thought out our plans a little more. We did get the acoustic report done. I threw it in the Dropbox, so you guys should have a copy of that. Size, we did decrease the size. I think we had 2,500. Now we're down to 750. 2 bars, 200 seats. And I'll go ahead and introduce, I mean, you've met him before. Sergio is here, and we have Bruno and Rosemary on behalf of the building owner. Hi, guys. So I'd like to give them a chance to speak and discuss some of the amendments and going forward. It is a big undertaking, so it's important to us that instead of just going to the State Liquor Authority and applying for our license, that we came before you again and tried to comply and meet some of the requests that you mentioned before. So maybe Sergio, would you like to say some words? Just hit unmute at the bottom of your screen.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Me? Hello? Now I can't hear you guys. Hold on.
I think no one's speaking, Sergio. You can go ahead.
Oh, all right. All right. Well, you know, coming before you again, you know, we're trying to comply with whatever, you know, it would take for us to be able to come, you know, to go forward with our project. You know, I spoke to you, Frank, you know, over the phone last week, and, you know, I filled you in a little bit that we've downsized the project. We're willing not to do the rooftop venue at this time. We also researched having the whole roof enclosed, but that would happen at a much later date. That would probably be 1.5 to 2 years down the line. So in the meantime, the only thing we want to use the roof for is we won't put any bars or any of the ideas that we had in mind. We would like to use the roof just as a smoking area, so people wouldn't have to be out on 11th Avenue, you know, smoking cigarettes. The downstairs, this is the same plan with a 60-seat bar in the front and a 40-seat bar in the private room, which is not a private room. It's just a separate room, different music in there. We retained a sound engineer, David Harvey Company, here in Manhattan on 81st Street. And, you know, he went up there, he did a study and gave us an idea, but that was strictly for us having a rooftop venue. We're scratching that idea temporarily right now. You know, if we want to proceed with it, we'll come back to the board, you know, a year from now or so. Right now, we're looking for your approval so we can move on and apply for our liquor license and go forward. As far as traffic, 11th Avenue, as you know, it's very wide. There's not going to be an issue of traffic for cars, congestion. There is a lane there where Ubers, taxis, limousines can drop people off and pick people up. From 46th Street, I'm sure, Frank, you're aware of it. Maybe a few more members of your of the panel are aware of it. The opposite side of our building on 46th Street is completely vacant, with a skeleton crew working at Metropolitan Lumber. Half the buildings there are boarded up. It's a ghetto, and that Bruno will address that, telling you, refreshing what we said before about what's going to take place over so many years. So I think by us bringing life back to that property will really help the community. I'd like Bruno to speak right now, if he's on here right now.
Yes, sir, I'm here. Hi, everybody.
Yeah. Bruno, can you just enlighten everyone about what you said last time?
So there was a few things, and Sergio already went over the rooftop and the whole restructure of the concept, which is going to be just a smoking area. So other than that, we had few other things that community members they were concerned about, and that was all this number of people heading home after at the late night, which we had few ideas, as well as a free shuttle bus for some time in the night to take people. That was one of ideas. Other than that, I can say from my own experience, since I live close by and I'm passing by there every night, walking my dog, at the nighttime, it's a really sketchy area. So if you guys want to walk one night after 9 p.m., it's really homeless people and really dark. All those like 3-4 blocks heading down to West Side Highway. So I think this project can just help it out with having people there, having security of the club, and that can just help. I don't see any other problems there. The few things that they were mentioned from the block association was they would rather have Trader Joe's there. I already explained to them, as a real estate professional, it's hard to get somebody big there because it's not residential enough still for them to be successful as a business. It's a really high rent for the space, and owners are paying really high taxes on it as well. The other concern for the board was, let me go back to, the something for them was that they want to have that as a residential area. As of now, it's not happening. Nobody can see any signs of it that is going to happen really soon, that is going to be residential area. So I feel this can just help for some years and years until this potentially becomes a residential, that something is operating there. I think that's enough from me. If you have something else, Sergio, just let me know, but I think—
No, that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah. And I'm here for any kind of questions. Thank you, guys.
And hi, guys, Rosemary Brown. I might just add, like, if we do have some right now, 11th Avenue is very desolate. There's homeless people. I mean, we can't help that, but we put something there and we have security. It's also going to zone out to across the street, down the block, and the residential people who are worried about this going on here, this is going to help them, because we're not only going to protect our property, we're going to protect everyone else. That security outside and with security we have is going to protect the surrounding areas. So I mean, if I lived in the area, which I would want that. I would want that, because that would certainly be a big help to and make you feel more safe to walk around. You have young children, or you walk just past there. Right now it's very desolate, so this is totally going to light up 11th Avenue, and I don't see why someone would not want this. It's not going to be something that's going to hurt the area. It's certainly going to be something that's going to help the community.
Okay. Rosemary, what's your connection to this? Are you with the applicant or with the—
Yes, I'm with. Yes, I'm a real estate agent with Bond Realty.
So you are representing the landlord?
No, the applicant.
Okay.
Jesse.
I'd like to first commend and thank the applicant for taking our suggestions, listening to us, listening to neighbors, to come back here with a very significantly revamped plan. You've cut your capacity significantly, right? It was 2,500 before, it's now 600. Is that accurate? 600? 750. Okay.
750 inside.
Okay. The no rooftop, which is appreciated. I think, we should, it's 11th Avenue. It's the water. And I know we're about to hear from community members who may still take issue with this, but my inclination right now is that they've moved a long way, and I'm much more comfortable with this plan. The only suggestion I would have, and I do want to, hear plans for traffic, I think, on 11th Avenue, and just make sure that, it's still a very large club. I've been talking with some of my fellow board members here. Does anyone have off the top of their head the largest club capacity in Hell's Kitchen or Chelsea? Does the Eagle might be around 500? Does anyone know if there's anything larger? Yeah, go ahead.
There's a club El Musica, which is 2 blocks away on the West Side Highway, which is the biggest club in New York City right now.
Do you know how big the capacity is?
I believe it's 1,500.
Oh, okay, great. Well, that's helpful to hear. And
yeah, that one is at, and there's a place at 639 West 49th that has a capacity of over 1,400. I don't know if that's the same one.
Okay, well, I think that's both helpful and puts this in
And also
context.
there's a harbor right in the block, and I think their capacity is 300-400 people, something like that. Don't get me wrong.
Okay. So, I'm not the traffic expert. Christine might have issues or questions about that. My only probably requests in terms of stipulation would be to have someone, I know you have security plans, but make sure the security includes someone who's on the roof, probably limiting the number of smokers at any given time, so that people, the whole club can't just go up to the roof and hang out. So probably limit it to, 20 or so people at a time for sound. Thanks.
Yeah, I think we need to talk about the roof a little more before we have more discussion, because I don't understand how this is going to work. How many people, I guess I'm asking the applicant, how many people would you allow up there at one time? I assume you'd prevent them from taking drinks. They would just have to go up there to smoke, because if people start taking drinks, it's just going to become a club up there.
Well, we would follow your recommendation. We would follow your lead on this in the same way that Jesse just suggested, have someone up there who's going to monitor, make sure it's not more than 20, 25 people. I don't know that it would be safe to have drinks. We don't want it to be a hangout spot. That's exactly what we don't want. We want the roof to be used as the place where people can smoke so that they're not out on the street, congregating and being loud on the street. So we would follow and be open to your recommendations on that.
So you would agree you'd have someone posted at the staircase to limit capacity to 25?
Absolutely. Yeah. The entire time.
And no drinks. And no drinks brought up there.
If that's what you guys are recommending, yeah. I mean, I think no drinks make sense. And maybe we have some sort of, I imagine some sort of table or something. You have to leave your drink here before you go out.
No, you don't want that with all the problems we're having with.
You can't do that. Yeah, that's but yeah. Well,
it would be the same as if they went outside to drink. You can't. You're not supposed to be bringing a drink outside to the sidewalk to drink.
Well, no. Well, again, the whole point is just to give people a place to smoke, not to drink.
Okay.
So if you're saying then no drinks, we just want
no music or anything up there. And there's no music.
Inga, you have your hand up?
Wait, I just want to hear no music up there, right? On the roof?
No music, no.
Okay.
Inga.
Yeah, I do. Thank you. I think 25 is, it's a huge space. I think 25 is very limited. If you had 50 people up there, I don't think that would be a problem.
It's not the space, Inga, it's the noise. 50 people.
Yeah, but I don't even think 50 people will make that much noise with no drinks and no music.
Remember all the noise we were making on the roof of the film center, and there are only like 15 of us.
But that's you guys. You guys are the party. No, but seriously, I think that might be something we need to trial by error. I mean,
okay, all right.
Just in the same way we came.
Vivian, let's just hear from the committee for the
moment. I think 50 is
anybody else on the committee?
No drinks and no music.
Yeah, I was just throwing out 25 as a number.
Yeah, I think that's low.
Okay, anybody else on the committee? Comment, questions? Kerry?
I'm sorry, I might be in the minority, but I'm concerned with roof use at all. I don't know why it's easier for someone to climb up to a second floor roof than to walk out to the street to have a cigarette. I think that is what's the word? It's an invitation for a problem. And I wanted to ask you when you came before us before, you stated pretty certainly that you could not make this space work without that capacity of, I think it was 4,000 at the time. So I'm just trying to understand how are you going to make it work with 750 people?
Well, we're
And
able
I
to do it.
appreciate the
We sharpened our pencils and we're able to do that.
We talked
Okay.
to the landlord.
So I am opposed to any use of the roof until, such a time when you would come back and apply for use of the roof.
Right. And that's what concerns me, Carrie, because I think the community and probably this committee is going to always have problems with the use of this roof as, I don't know what you want to, as part of the club venue with, any kind of significant capacity, with any kind of music, given that it's on the second floor and given the size of it. So, although, we obviously have to judge this on what's being proposed, I would be concerned if the applicant is sort of somehow encouraged that we are going to, look kindly on a roof application a year or two from now.
You're not in a minority, Kerry. I'm with you. Candace?
I had a question just about the actual use of the venue. I was looking at just the blueprint of it, and I see that the entrance and exit of it is pretty close to where the dance floor is going to be, the stage area. Can you explain to me how that's going to work? Where are people coming into the venue?
No, that's incorrect. It's at totally opposite ends.
Okay.
Totally opposite.
So by the shops then?
There's one entrance by the shops from 46th Street, and there are two entrances, a handicapped entrance and the main entrance, both of which have double glass doors at each, and they're as closest to 47th Street, to the building that touches 47th.
Okay.
The dance floor is closest to the car wash.
And those entrances, the doors that are on 8th Avenue, those will be closed off, or?
There's nothing at 8th Avenue.
On your diagrams you have.
No, we're on
this-
46th Street and 11th Avenue.
Oh, am I look? Okay. No,
You might be
yes.
looking at the.
No, I'm looking on it's on 46. I'm
And
sorry,
11th
11th. It does 11th Avenue, not 8th Avenue. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, the main entrance, there's two main entrances. One from for the 4 o'clock opening of the venue. Both doors will be open because there's a handicap door with a ramp, being that there's two steps or 3 steps, two steps going up. And at after hours, when the disco opens, the dance floor opens on the ground level, the entrance will be from 46th Street, because we have a long entrance which we will construct separate doors where people will never have to stand outside in line to get in. They'll always be inside the building. There's about I would say 400 square feet there, where they could be waiting before they purchase, pay admission and enter the building.
That's my question. That addresses that. Thank you. So that's from the get-go.
Yeah, in other
your
words,
plan has most of the line being, if not all the line, inside.
Yeah.
Right. Because okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
If I may just address Carrie's point, and you asked about the roof. Why is accessing the roof? Why should that be easier than just going outside to smoke a cigarette? And it's an issue of control, and it follows up. How Sergio just explained the very organized, detailed way we're going to handle the crowd, the line. We don't want just people scattered outside smoking cigarettes, hanging out outside. Directly outside this club is not a hangout spot. We want to be very careful about that, and we want to prevent that sort of that way of hanging out while you're smoking cigarettes from going into the side streets. And the way to do that is to utilize the roof with no music and in a very controlled environment. And then we have a security guard up there all the time. Again, it's an issue of control.
Vivian, can you tell us what experience the owners have with operating a club of even the reduced size in, New York City in particular? And we would say in a residential area, you won't, but let's not.
No, please. Quickly, I won't go into that, but it is a residential area. I agree. And I'm sorry if I came across the wrong way.
No, but just so what's the experience the owners have?
I can explain that, of course, but it's much better if you hear it straight from them, because Sergio has significant industry experience. I mean, the list is
No, I've read about his industry experience. What I'm focusing on is experience in Manhattan in a club this size in a residential neighborhood.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Go ahead.
In 1991, I had a purchase agreement with the Limelight with Peter Gation that didn't materialize. It did not materialize, but prior to that, in 83, 84, 85, 86, down off of Atlantic City on the bay, I had the largest nightclub. It held over 1,300 people, and never had it.
If you got your answer.
Respect. I've read that in your submission. I'm trying to focus on Manhattan because we have a much denser environment than Atlantic City, I suspect.
But Frank, I think that's why we're coming back to you guys again for the second time, because he has so much experience. He knows better than to just go forward with the state liquor authority. We want to come to you. We want to understand.
I'm not trying to be argumentative. This is just a factual question. I would just like to, I want to make sure I'm not misunderstanding anything.
So no, he doesn't.
Okay.
He's never operated a club in Manhattan in a residential area, unless, am I mistaken, Sergio? I don't think that you have.
No,
he has not.
No, I'm sorry if I sounded argumentative. I'm just, this is a big undertaking, even at this size.
It is. And we need your support.
We have renewed opposition from in writing from the HK 4954 Block Association and 4748 Block Association, but I believe at least Elk is here to speak in person. So whenever, I won't summarize those until we hear from.
Right. Is anybody else on the committee wants to say something? Okay, so Nellie, we want to bring Elke over. Does she have a hand raised, or anybody else?
Yes, there's 2 hands raised. Elka and Katie.
And Steve.
Yes, and Steve.
Who's going first?
Looks like you are, Katie.
All right. Hi, my name is Katie Savage. I'm the co-chair of HK 4954 Block Alliance. I was unable to attend the committee's meeting last time this came up, but I was able to meet with the operators in person at the location last Monday, and I also attended 4748 Street Block Association's meeting last Tuesday. A few things that are very concerning to me is the occupancy numbers seem to be just completely pulled out of a hat. There is no certificate of occupancy for this as a club. because it had always been a car dealership. So they really don't have an idea of the capacity. And it concerns me that initially they wanted a capacity of over 4,000 people, and now they're cutting it to 25% of that, and they still somehow can make that work. I don't know what the rent is, but I can't imagine that reducing your occupancy by 75% allows you to still pay when you previously said you must have that level of occupancy in order to, meet your rent. I think it's very disingenuous for the operators to say, and also, unfortunately, the real estate agent from the owner to say that they think they know everything that's going on with the zoning and think that this is not going to be rezoned to be a residential area anytime soon. And they seem to think they know far more about the community than those of us who are involved in community board meetings, and know very intimately that CB4 is very actively pursuing housing and zoning changes, as well as the Manhattan Borough President. So they don't have an awareness of that. It's also very concerning that this club is going to be operated by someone who has not operated a large nightclub in over 35 years. This is a very different environment. This is New York City. This is not Atlantic City. It's a whole different beast. While I appreciate that, some of the things they're saying are appeasing members of the board, such as having the line being indoors and not using the rooftop. And I'm sorry, I have to disagree that even having 50 people on the roof is too much. In Hell's Kitchen, we have many rooftop bars that are on the second or third story, and they are nothing but problems. So while this is not currently a high density residential area, that is the future of it. The building across the street may become residential. The lot to the south that's currently, all vacant is hoped to become residential. There's a lot of things changing. And I think the concept of having a large nightclub in this location with operators who have no experience operating a venue of this size in this city, in this borough, be approved for a 4 p.m., 4 a.m. liquor license or anything. We really don't have enough information. And on just one final note, I do want to note that in this meeting we had in person, and I see Bruno rolling his eyes, that's fine. In the meeting we had in person, Serge insinuated that we brought along a gay man as a token so that he couldn't say, so that we could say we had someone, and so we couldn't be viewed as homophobic. And that is very upsetting in a community where we—
Katie, you know what was upsetting to me?
Wait, hold on, Sergio.
No, no, hold on.
No, excuse me. One person at a time. That's how we operate.
It's, this is not Atlantic City. We will not be treated. You can't just come in here and flash dollar signs and say you have all this stuff. Don't think you're smarter than us. Okay? Thank you. That is all.
Okay. Elka?
Thank you. Hi. Thank you, everyone. And it's 10 o'clock, so I'm going to make this pretty quick. First of all, 11th Avenue is not a ghetto, so I take objection to that. The Block Association, they were kind enough to come again, and we're very concerned about the business plan that they have. There's no business plan. The amount of patrons changes, and how they explain it is that they need the fire department to issue a certificate of occupancy. So that's not true. The amount of people that are in a space is the architect decides. There's a formula, you have so many feet and that so many square feet per person, and there's a formula. It's not the fire department, it's your architect. The fact that you don't have a number that is consistent concerns us. you weren't aware because it wasn't checked in the box. This is a Clinton special district. And yes, it is residential up to 11th Avenue. It's manufacturing the other side, but that will change soon, we hope. So again, the amount, you just listed just a couple of the large other venues within a couple of blocks of this area. That alone should be enough to say no. That many people in just, 6 square blocks is ridiculous. And it affects all of the residents. And across 11th Avenue, and you're in residential area. You have a brand new building, you have Gotham West, 1 block south, Metropolitan Lumber on the east side of 11th is out for auction. That's going to be residential. So, we're not waiting 10 years, Bruno. And, CB4 did a terrific letter last year out of this committee. And I don't see any reason, except you might want to, we actually had 250 people on the roof. Amend the numbers that they threw out tonight, which again may change by the time the board meets. But that letter was great, and it certainly addressed all our concerns. And again, from my block association and from me personally, who actually lives here and is a homeowner, I hope that you reconsider, that you consider asking them to, it's a great venue, just somewhere else, not in Hell's Kitchen, not on 11th Avenue between 46th and 47th Street. Thank you.
Steve?
Hi, everybody. Steve Belita. I kind of take offense to Bruno, Sergio, Rosemary, and especially Vivian painting our neighborhood. At first, Vivian told us there were no residential neighbors living there. We all run our block associations, and we are been living in our neighborhood for many, many years. I've been here since 1981. This is Elka said, it's not a ghetto. You're trying to paint a picture of something to get what you want. Homeless, you're saying there's homeless everywhere there. I don't know if you've noticed, if you know the New York City, there's homeless all throughout New York City. And you should let Mayor Adams know that if you put in a club with 1,000 people, you could cure homeless. Is your thought just to chase the homeless people out by putting the club in? I don't understand where you're going with that, but we know our neighborhood. It's not a ghetto. There's plenty of residential people there, as Elka pointed out. I need to know, as far as, have you talked with the fire department? Have you talked with an architect about smokers on the roof? I don't even know if that's allowed. We also talked last time you were here about access to and from the roof. It's limited. I don't know. Could you set that building on fire if there's enough smokers up there? Has that been checked out? I don't think it has. I don't think you followed through on what you're supposed to be doing. That's pretty much all I have to say. And we know we've been to these meetings before with rooftops with a certain number of people. Go check out the Inc. or some of the hotels that have rooftops that have complaints. Do you know how many people are on those roofs? Have you even checked that out? I'm sure you haven't. I think again you've come back and tried to come up with a better plan to appease us, and it's nice that you're coming back to try and work things out with us. But I still don't think you're following through and know exactly what your plan is to make this work.
Okay, I would like to hear from the applicant. Short.
Thank you.
Thank you, Steve.
Steve.
Just from the applicant, one of whomever you want to speak for a couple of minutes, not much, because I see we also have Jesse and Ted, and there was somebody else who had their hand up from the committee, and I'd like to move forward. Okay.
All right. Can I speak right now?
That's what I just suggested.
Okay. All right. As far as the roof, we just said that we would go down to 25 or 50 people or whatever your committee allows for people to go up there to smoke. It's a totally concrete surface. There's no wood there. There's nothing that can catch fire. That's addressing the issue of whether it would be permissible. It's an open top roof. As far as what Katie Savage said to me, she fancies herself to be very intelligent. She mentioned it 3 times, once today and twice at our meeting when we
Can we talk
Well, she
about
wa-
items before us rather than
yeah,
talk
yes.
about individuals?
Well, no,
Thank you.
I need to speak, you let her speak her piece. She absolutely insulted us by saying that in her opinion, she thinks we're a money laundering operation. We're going to be selling drugs. We're going to have prostitution. And
Oh, I
that's,
didn't hear that.
that was
I didn't
totally,
hear that.
I
Yeah.
agree. I agree. I did hear that. She said it twice. She said it
Yeah.
on our in-person meeting.
Oh, I
and
didn't
she-
hear the word prostitution. I didn't hear that.
She,
Okay.
she at our in-person meeting and she
Oh, I'm
said
talking
it
about, I wasn't there. I am talking about what I'm hearing tonight.
okay.
Okay, and I thought you were responding to that.
Go ahead, Serge.
no, that's it. That's what
Okay,
I want.
thank you. Jesse, Ted, Frank,
Thank you very much.
and Inga. Oh, I
And
knew
as
Inga.
always, thank you to, community members and concerned residents. So, since this is the last application of the evening, I assume most people have been on for this whole time, and thank you for sticking it out as well. But you've obviously seen that we are aware of what can happen, in residential neighborhoods and residential streets, and we have concerns about that. But that doesn't necessarily mean that a club or a bar and a residential area are mutually exclusive when they are operated, when the bar or club is operated responsibly, and when sound concerns are taken care of, when crowd concerns are taken care of. And the issue that we had last time was about sound, and it was about the future development of this area, which we are very excited about. We are excited about our affordable housing plan, and we want that to be implemented in this area. But if this applicant, and they have, in my mind, they've come forward and they've said their lines are going to be inside, they're not going to have people on the roof. Perhaps we'll be debating numbers of smokers on the roof, but for the most part, there's not going to be sound up there. There's not going to be people up there. I think, if they are able to, run this venue responsibly, that doesn't necessarily mean that housing can't continue to develop in that area. I know I've now mentioned already, but I think of venues like the Eagle, which literally are on a side street, surrounded by residential neighborhoods, residential buildings. They've been there for a long time. They operate responsibly. They have a roof, and I don't think I think that they are a established and well-respected member of the community. So, given that these applicants heard our concerns, I do have questions about certificates of occupancy. I do want to make sure, obviously, but that's not the building, Department of Buildings or building, they will take care of that. They will tell you what your occupancy is. But if you are stipulating here that you will be, no more than 750, and if the occupancy is lower than that, you'll be that. But I'm not going to punish you. And I think it would be, backwards to punish you for coming down on your numbers. I think that was to appease and to reach a agreement here. And so I actually appreciate that you come down so far on your numbers. And if you can make your business work, you can make your business work. So thank you very much.
Ted, Frank, and then Inga.
I think Inga was before.
Oh, good. Ted,
Hey, sorry. Yeah, Jesse said almost everything I wanted to say. I appreciate that they've come back and come down with their numbers. I think letting a small amount of people with no music and no drinks is going to be very different on the roof than any of the other places that have bars on the roof. But if people want patrons to go out on the sidewalk and smoke and congregate, that just sounds silly. I think they have a solution by letting a few of them be on the roof. And again, everything Jesse just said, they've come back and really negotiated a lot and addressed all of our concerns. So I think it's wrong of us to say these are ridiculous numbers compared to what they had last time when they did exactly what we asked them to. So I'm in favor of this now.
Ted?
I just want to talk about 2 things. I did look into it, and they do have a CFO of 180, so they will have to apply for the PA. They do have 7 doors, which would enable them to have 525 people legally. So at some point, you're going to have to put in additional egress to get to your 750 number that you're getting. But I also wanted to bring awareness to the community board that I see an owner's name on the list. That's named Serge. Sharif. And Sharif, if you guys don't know of him, he's been a person that worked in nightclubs as a security guard, and he is currently working at the Eagle. So I have a little bit more confidence in the way the door and security is going to be run based on seeing him as an operator or as an owner. I'm just kind of wondering why Sergio didn't mention about Sharif and having all the experience, handling New York City nightlife.
Okay, thanks, Ted. Frank, you have your hand up, and then Christine.
Yeah. Trying to think of how to phrase this. I do appreciate, all the revisions that we've heard. But they also concern me. And I think we've heard this theme from the community, the block associations, and also from some people on the committee. I can't shake the feeling that we're being told whatever they think we need to hear to get the thing done. Last month, we heard this couldn't possibly operate without the rooftop and without the capacity. Suddenly, they've basically cut the thing down to like 20% of what they proposed last month, and suddenly it can work. I also don't even quite understand what the place actually is going to be. We've heard about like a dance floor, we've heard about leather stores and things, but it's weirdly lacking in specifics. I mean, Ted just told us more about what they would have to do to get up to this capacity than we ever heard from this operator. I don't feel they're really engaging with the concerns on a sort of meaningful level. I think they're just telling us what they think we want to hear. And everyone else tonight, I feel, has had much more specific plans about what their business is going to be. Even the places that were like 40 people, they were like, we're going to have a bar here. We're going to, we're a sushi place. This is who we're appealing to. What we're hearing here, initially they were touting it as the biggest gay club on the Eastern Seaboard. That was sort of what it was going to be. It's not that anymore, but I don't quite understand what it is going to be. And, I don't know about this person who worked at the Eagle. I saw that in the papers, but was, again, also surprised it hadn't been mentioned. If this were someone who had, like the people we heard from in Chelsea who had 3 other businesses around the corner, I'd sort of feel differently. But I feel we have an operator unknown to us with a ever-shifting business plan. So I guess I can't get behind this yet.
Christine, and then Carrie. Unmute, Christine.
It's a difficult one. So let me understand something, is that in fact, the license then would be just for the first floor, right? The roof would not be licensed at all.
That's correct.
Right. And, okay. So, yeah, I'm a little concerned about the, I mean, such a large club, having people who have been in this business to organize that is very important, to make sure that everything goes fine. And then the second thing is that would you be committing that you are not going to come back for an increase in capacity in the future? Because I think 750 is a very different story than 1,500 or 2,000. And so let's assume that in 2 years you cover the roof, and then you're going to come back and ask for double or triple capacity, right?
Well, prior to covering the roof, which is a, multi-million-dollar, investment, we would love your input if we were to do it. And if right now at this point, we scratched the whole project on the roof. All we want is just access, because it has a wonderful staircase. It has
I'm just asking whether in the future you are going to come and ask for the licensing of the roof.
At this point, no.
No, she wasn't asking about this point. She said in the future.
Well, it's hard to say what the future is going to bring. You know, if that's what we need to do to, you know, to get your approval, I'll commit to it right now.
And then change your mind 6 months from now, after you got the approval?
No, we're going to change your mind in 2
Oh,
years
really?
from now.
No, but I mean, that
No,
was
no, no.
my
I mean,
question.
change your mind as to who. It seems like there's a lot of people who are thinking that we're just saying stuff.
No, Vivian,
to win you
I'm
over.
sorry.
But in 2 years, you're
I
going to
was
find
trying
out
to-
that we are who we say we are.
I had the floor, and I don't want to be snarky about what you have done. I think you have done a good job of trying to fit in the mold, and I second that. It just doesn't make me comfortable yet. And I would want you to commit that you are not going to, apply for that, and that would be very important to me. Thank you.
Okay, I'll commit.
Okay, thank you. Carrie?
Thanks. I echo Frank's concerns. And I just, as a very quick Google search, smoking on the roof of a public facility like this is illegal. So we should, you should definitely triple check that. But I would, if the committee decides that they want to approve this application, I would submit that we ask that there is a stipulation that there is no roof access. And I'm just very cognizant of our community members who came out and represented their blocks in opposition to this. Thank you.
I want to say that putting aside the content, well, no, not putting aside, the way the applicant has presented themselves and the project to us does not provide me with trust. It sounds like to me that they said, and I really resent this, approve us and we'll make the neighborhood safe, because it's a terrible neighborhood now. And you need activity on the street, and we'll bring activity on the street, and that will make the neighborhood safe. This is not the reason that I vote for or against something. And I don't, to me, saying that indicates either a lack of feet on the ground or a sense of what the neighborhood is about and what is going on, and the actuality of the neighborhood changing one way, another, past, present, and future. And then that just leads me to question the content, and there you can say, oh, compliment them on their flexibility, but I would question that it's not flexible. It's just they're throwing numbers out to me, which is based on maybe not experience. And someone said, I think it was, they're telling us what they think we want to hear. And I'm somewhat with that. Jesse.
Oh, I just want to, I mean, so it just, I hear those concerns, Frank and Bert and Carrie, and there's a lack of trust with these applicants in the way that they've presented, and the numbers are the issues that you mentioned. I'm just curious how if it's a problem with the applicants themselves, how we resolve an issue like that when we are just, these aren't judgments necessarily on any track record, meaning that we're not saying, well, we know you ran X club in this particular way, and that makes it's just a matter of how they've come here and presented, and maybe they didn't do it in the way we would have wanted, and I guess I do agree with that. But it seems like a big leap to deny them any ability to try out what they want to do. I guess my solution, if this was, bringing in an additional business partner that is a trusted operator that we know of, and can come here and present again on your behalf or with more specific plans. I don't know if just throwing that out there, or to have Sharif here at the next meeting if this is someone who we know but I mean, I just am trying to find a way forward here without.
Jesse, I guess I think about this the other way. I look at this space and it's an enormous space, just physically, putting aside legal capacity. It is enormous. You know, I've been in there, I've been on the roof. It seems, I just like walked out there and my jaw dropped. Someone wants to open a club here. So that's the starting point, that a club in this building does not fit into the neighborhood as it exists now and where's it's heading. So is there a way that could operate? Potentially, yes, with someone who had very creative solutions, who was, you know, very experienced in doing this, very known to us. And so I'm not so much critical of what these operators are as what they are not. They're not known to us. They don't have track records of opening big places in, you know, catty corner from residential buildings and not bothering anyone. It's not saying they can't do it, but I'm starting with how crazy the space is for a club. And someone has to convince me that they have a truly sound business plan to make that operate. And
So
instead,
maybe they do need to bring in
and instead we've gotten this business plan that has fluctuated constantly, and still seems very ill-defined to me. So again, it's not, you know, it's not so much this operator, it's this was an uphill battle once they focused on this space, I guess, is in my mind.
The only other thing, I just don't like, did we, my only other concern is to say, I don't know to what degree we focused on that at our last meeting. We were very focused on the roof. We asked them to do away with that. We said, that's a non-starter. And they did that. We talked about the numbers. I just don't remember. And maybe, you know, go back and check the record, but I don't, you know, I always get uncomfortable when we sort of move the goalposts, and I'm not saying we have, I just am asking if that's what's happening now. If we didn't talk about this last time, that it was never going to happen, regardless of what they came here and told us. So,
well, it didn't really come up because they told us that they needed the roof and needed the capacity. That I remember quite clearly. And, you know, and we denied it on that basis. I think they read our letter, saw the writing on the wall, and, you know, said they would go back to the drawing board. But, and in fact, I think we urged them, you know, told them not necessarily to get an acoustic report because there'd be no guarantee if they got one that, you know, things would go forward. I sort of remember that coming up as well.
Exactly. Christine.
I was going to make a motion and see what happens, right? So the motion would the motion would be to approve, provided that the roof is locked out, right? And there is a commitment that they will not come back to ask for the roof. And obviously they would have the right security and they would have the right, you know, all the right things to do. I just wanted to put those three things together and say, I mean, do we have a second on that?
Let's wait a second. Will the applicant agree to that?
Not to allow anybody to go up on the roof to smoke?
Yeah, because it's illegal.
They want them smoking in the street.
It's not illegal. I don't believe it is. Misinformed with that, because that's completely concrete roof. Everything in there, there's nothing that can burn. And if we don't have any furniture up there, you know, why would the fire department, you know,
it's the New York City anti-smoking law.
If it's against the law, then we're not going to let them up there to smoke. That's the final answer.
Mike,
I would just.
Okay, so wait,
one at a time.
Yeah, Mike, you have your hand up.
Yeah, as to smoking, I think Carrie's on the right track. And even if you have a backyard in a bar, you're not allowed to smoke back there, you know? I think you got the numbers right. 50 would be a good number if it were legal. 1 out of 15 people smokes in this city, and that comes out to 50. But no, I think it's a great idea, but I don't think it's permissible. So,
and again, not to reiterate my point, but this just makes me feel, I mean, this would seemingly something you could have gotten an easy answer to with a little bit of research. I'm not saying we're right that it's, not allowed, but you've been proposing this for a week or two now to the block associations, and I would have hoped you would have pinned down whether it's something that's legal or not.
yeah, I agree with you, Frank. And you just go to your lawyers, have them research it, and it's an afternoon job at most.
Well, the truth is, when it comes to smoking right now in our city, it's a very fluid conversation because we're just around the corner.
Not fluid at all. They just passed a law. It's not fluid at all.
Hey.
Every co-op, every building had to sign a paper. It's completely the law.
Even on private property that isn't a nuisance to other properties?
It's not.
I'm
It's
asking.
a public space, correct?
I'm sorry?
It's a public
I hear
space.
you. It would be public to an extent, but that's like,
It's a public
there are
space.
parts of it that are, it wouldn't be open to the general public though. I mean, you have to be a certain age, you have to act a certain way, you're gonna have to dress a certain way. It's not just an open public park.
This is not my law. I didn't write the law. But I would suggest that you guys, prove me wrong, please.
Can I ask one other, I think, just question that we need to address that I just realizing now that, sorry to jump in, but the sound report that you guys provided, is that actually just for the roof?
That was for the roof, so it's not necessary now.
No, I know, but, man, I hate to, but, I mean, you're talking about a big nightclub that, in a building that's never been used for such a purpose. I mean, sorry, I didn't realize that the sound report that we were talking about was only about the roof. I mean, our nightclubs you walk by, and the ones that are in Hell's Kitchen, and you don't hear sound on the street, with even with significant bass music playing inside. I don't know. I'm looking at the way that's building. It's a car dealership. Like, I can't know if noise isn't going to just be blasting outside this building. I hate to raise this at literally the 11th hour here, but do you have any way of addressing that concern? And again, I'm sorry for not having caught this earlier.
The fact that other clubs are able to soundproof the interior, that's how we know. And from Sergio and Sharif's experience, we know that the interior we can soundproof it. It was our roof that we were concerned about. We didn't know if that was even possible to soundproof it. So that's why we did the sound report on the roof. The interior absolutely will be soundproofed.
You would stipulate to significant soundproofing. Okay.
Why would you only get half an acoustic report? I mean, in any club, if any space of any size that hasn't been previously licensed, I think we've asked for a sound report.
When we met with the sound engineer, we walked him through the downstairs level first, and he made certain suggestions with certain acoustical ceiling tiles, because there and which I was aware of that prior to this. And I said, that I would follow with. And I had come up with some suggestions for the walls because of the open space, how large it was. And he agreed with me with this decorative, it's like veneer that comes out of the walls to give it more absorbency and the sound not being able to bounce off the walls. So we did talk about that, but the report that we asked for at that moment, first of all, we waited almost a month to be able to get this sound report there. And that was at, calling every single day to be able to get them to come out there, because they're very busy and it's a reputable firm. And if you need a sound report for downstairs, I asked, what are the acceptable levels, decibels coming to the street? And he said, we could oblige by that with what we had, intentions of doing. There are certain speakers now on the market and sound equipment that just goes directs to a certain area. It does not bounce back. There's all this new high technology available.
Right, but again, you're almost reinforcing the point I keep making, that we seem to be one step ahead of you, not you one step ahead of us, which is the way I would like it to be. I would like you to have thought about inside is going to be a problem too. We should get a scientific acoustic report.
I don't believe it's going to be a problem. There's a 30, 40-story building on the right side of us, and we're backed up. There's nothing to the back of us, and to the south side, there's a car wash, which absorbs anything. The only
residential building catty corner across the street.
And we have 125 feet of wall space, which is the only thing that could affect it.
Okay.
So I made, could I go back? I made a motion, there is no second. So we have.
A second to Christine's motion?
Second.
Okay. So.
Your motion includes no roof access, right?
Yeah, if it's illegal to smoke on the roof, then we don't need the roof.
Right. Not if it's illegal. Are you agreeing that you won't use the roof? That's Christine's motion.
We will not use the roof for smoking or for people to gather. I'll use
anything.
It's a parking garage. I'll use it to park my vehicle when I get up there.
Oh.
That's there's an elevator that takes cars up there. They used to have 161 cars on the roof.
Okay. Yeah.
So the motion has been seconded, and this is the summary of the motion. This was no use of the roof except for parking, and second, a commitment that you wouldn't come back for for the roof to get a liquor license on the roof. And then we just heard a requirement, I don't know whether that there would be a sound report for the lower level.
Friendly amendment.
Right, friendly amendment. So This is the motion. Why don't we take a vote on that? So we finish, it passes or it doesn't pass, but at least we know where we are.
Let's move it. Let's move it.
Right.
All those in favor of the motion as amended?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
All those abstaining?
For the record, the applicant raised her hand for that vote, so if that confused anybody.
I don't think she was counted.
Okay, just making sure.
All those present not eligible. So
I think it passed.
I think it passed. I think there were 3 opposed.
No, wait, who?
You guys are gonna just, before you celebrate too hard, the full board will probably hear a lot of these issues.
Nellie,
Wait, Frank is not clear.
Nellie, what was the vote?
I had 3 no, and the rest were all yes.
Wait, so who voted no?
I did.
Frank, Bert, and Carrie.
Yes, correct.
And what about Tina? Tina, what did you?
I voted for it.
Okay.
With revisions. Yeah.
And you did, Christine.
I did.
Okay.
So it goes to the full board, and we'll see what happens at the full board.
Thank you, gentlemen and ladies.
Thank you, guys.
Now, wait a
Thank
second.
you.
Wait, sorry. Before you leave, there are all sorts of minor things with your STIP form. You didn't circle any types of music.
Serge?
When you say types of music.
We say, what kind of music are you going to have? Circle, and no one circled anything. Background, live music, DJ, jukebox, karaoke.
It's going to be DJ and background music.
Okay, that's all.
DJ and background.
If I want,
Live music.
on occasion, it's not really.
So live.
That's what I'm asking.
Yeah.
All of the above.
Okay, and then your capacity is definitely 750, right?
Unless the
number
fire
hasn't
department
changed?
says less.
Well, the
What?
750 includes the staff, right?
Yes, yes, unless the fire department says less.
And obviously no one outside.
Yes,
And Christine, I believe your motion included that they would implement the recommendations of the security plan, right?
Yes, and then they would do the another sound report for the main floor.
or
Is
downstairs.
that meant to be before full board, Christine?
Say that again. I mean, let me say that
Is
again,
this-
Carrie.
Is the sound report meant to be before full board?
Yeah,
That would be tight.
That would be tight, but I mean, as long as they get a report.
I mean, we should say we encourage you, like, I really want
Yeah.
to stress to the applicants that you still have an uphill battle, and it would behoove you to get a very detailed sound report and to draw really detailed plans, security plans, how sound plans, what the design of this place is. I mean, all the concerns we heard here tonight are legitimate concerns. Please be more specific.
And the board meets
And will
on the
be
27th.
repeated at full board.
Is the full board on the 27th?
No, we need the acoustical report or any more details that you want to provide by the 22nd to Nelly, so we could have it for the full board.
27th, 27th.
27th, I thought that's what I said, I'm sorry.
By the 27th.
Yes, because the full board is the first Wednesday of April.
It's Tuesday this month.
Oh, that's right.
Tuesday
it's
the 4th.
It's
Tuesday the 4th.
Tuesday because of Passover.
You'll have it.
And then the final stipulation was to commit that you are not coming back for additional capacity or
For the liquor
on the-
license, you said liquor license on the
Yes,
roof.
yes, right.
You're not gonna
and
come
the
back
roof.
for a liquor license on the roof.
No, we will not do a liquor license on the roof.
No, you're saying two different things.
That's what Christine's stipulation was.
Yes.
Oh, I thought Christine just talked about, oh, you meant additional capacity on the roof.
Yeah.
She said
Okay.
liquor license.
I thought I heard something different. Okay.
No.
Okay,
And do you want a different security plan as opposed to what they already gave us?
I don't know. I didn't review that. I just.
Jesse, what were you saying?
I just wanted more like actual visualization of the way where your lines are going to be, where your checkpoints are going to be, where, I mean, just a visualization of how this, I mean, the space is just so different now, where your bathroom is going to be. I mean, really, you know, what is
We
this
need
going
a
to
new
look like?
plan. That's what you're saying, Jesse.
Oh, but I mean, they have good language. I mean, they've thought. I mean, it's some of the requirements of what you would want in a club. But I just it's a visualization issue. Yeah.
All right, so
And
to the
we-
applicant, I guess what I'm hearing is that even people who supported this want a lot more concrete detail by the 27th. And just because people voted one way tonight does not mean they're going to vote the way the full board.
Yeah.
And you're also going to have to convince 40 other people who are going to have all sorts of different issues. So it's important that you be as concrete and specific as you can.
I mean, ideally, you would table and come back a third month with all the details. I know that we have, taken a
Can we
position.
do that?
Yes,
Can do that and come back a month later?
yes.
Well, let's do that. Because
Okay.
you're asking for a lot from us, and getting people to do these reports for us in New York, it was tooth and nail trying to get a sound company there. I went through 5 companies before I was able to get one to come
Does
out.
that nullify our vote tonight?
That would.
Yeah.
Oh, then I don't want to do that.
You
well,
would,
no, our vote tonight stands, I think.
if they
Right.
table and come back,
Oh, are they tabling?
that's
I'm
what
missing it.
Christine asked
So
them
why
to
couldn't they
do.
do
Well, I'm
that?
asking
They
whether
wait-
instead of everything coming back on the 27, they would come back next month and we could review what they have put together.
But then we would have to vote again.
I think so.
But why wouldn't the vote be even more affirmative if they do what we ask?
Right. We could vote to reaffirm the vote.
What about what Tina is saying?
If we take a
Yeah, the
vote,
only thing I was gonna say was my vote was contingent on them doing this before
The
doing
board.
everything before the board. Otherwise,
Yeah.
my
We'll,
vote
we'll
is
get
a
it done
negative.
before the board.
Oh,
We'll
me
get-
too, me too.
Can
we'll
we
get it
just
done before the
ask
board.
them to
You get it
stand
done
with the,
before the board meeting.
can we just stand with the vote and ask them to go to the full board in 2 months and keep our vote the way it is, and then we can get the documents before the full board?
Yeah.
So they can skip the full board this coming month and then go to the following?
Right.
Right,
then
so
what do
they
you
don't have to
do-
come back to us.
what do you do if you don't like the documents?
I mean, we're gonna
Then we
present. I
vote
will-
no
we'll
at the full
present-
board.
Yep,
Yeah.
we'll present how
Change
the vote went here and say some of the committee may change their vote and they'll identify themselves at the full board, but this passed out of committee.
Correct.
Yeah.
All right,
I
so
mean-
what's the deadline then for the materials?
Isn't it 5 days before the board meeting or something, Nellie?
No, now we're talking about coming back to the next
Sorry, I have a question. I mean,
meeting.
we're a community board. If the application is changing and there's more information, don't we need to invite the community to comment?
Well, they would be at the full board meeting, no?
I don't know.
Well, we've already voted. They're just adding things that we've requested before the full board. We're just
Substantively that.
extending it to the next full board. They're not coming back to us again.
Oh, I see. That's what you're doing, right?
Yeah. So they would
But
go to
the
the.
full board is not gonna appreciate
Yeah, I kind of agree.
a free-for-all on minutia about, is this security plan, is this acoustic plan what we expected, and
So then let them go to this board. They'll just hustle. If they want it, they'll hustle.
Well, we have two options. We can withdraw our vote or let them come to this board meeting.
I like your votes right now. We'll go to this board.
Yeah,
That's
you
all.
hustle and get it done.
Yep, we got to get these people in line and get it done by the 27th. Vivian will handle it to your office, correct? All right.
Send it over to Nellie, yes.
It's,
Good luck.
yes.
And then the full board is that first Tuesday of
It's-
April 4th.
Do we get to speak at the full board or not?
You do,
Anyone-
but I
Sign
want
up to speak.
You do, but I will say this, a lot of people make the mistake of, there is a comment period at the beginning of the full board. You will not speak when the item is actually being discussed by the full board. So just don't make the mistake of not speaking in the beginning and waiting until this agenda item comes up, because you will not be able to speak then.
Sign up for the public session. You get 2 minutes and that's it.
Yes.
full board does not operate as the committee operates, where you make your presentation. There is no presentation by you at the full board. The full board votes on committee recommendations. If you want to say something about any of the letters coming up on the agenda, you have 2 minutes in the public session before the board begins its work to speak.
All right, thank you.
Just one other technical thing. I guess we need a volunteer to present this at full board. Again, since Bert, you voted against it, Bert, right?
You did.
Okay.
I can't volunteer either.
I was gonna volunteer, but I actually might not be at that meeting. I will be the backup
I
volunteer.
don't think I can, as a public member.
You can't, Inga.
I would.
Ted, Christine, anybody?
Ted,
Wendy?
come on, Ted, you're the best one for it. You know this stuff.
all
Wendy,
right,
and
I'll
Ted
try.
knows it.
Ted, are we putting you in an awkward position?
Wendy's
I
good
mean,
at presenting.
I'm a little nervous because I haven't presented before, but I'll give it a go.
You can. Wendy's good at presenting. She'll help you.
Okay.
I'll jump in, but yeah, Ted, you're the expert, so I'll be.
Yeah.
Jesse is bailing out.
No, I just don't know. I don't know if I'll be, I hope I'll be there. I just don't know. I just don't know.
Just kidding you, Jesse.
All for it.
All right.
Okay, everyone.
We're
Wait,
getting
Jesse, I have
like
one
that
quick
here.
question. Is there really a new dispensary on 26th Street?
I know, no. So everything that was mentioned, there was some CBD stores that were mentioned that may be legal, but everything else that was mentioned is illegal. So there could be one that is legal that we haven't caught yet, but no legal dispensaries yet.
There's no legal dispensaries in Chelsea.
But
No,
let me,
not yet.
while I have all your attention, we're having a forum on March 30th. I encourage you all to attend. You'll soon get invites in the next day or two. Great. And that is a wrap. Okay, bye.
Okay, good night, everyone, and
Thank
thank
you.
Good
Good night.
night.
Thank you.
Thank you.
you
Good
for
luck.
hanging. Okay, bye.
Thank you so much.